If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 201, Courtly Sphere. March 19, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Gemma Farley walked, with a fierce expression on her face, towards the Black Lake, while doing her best not to show how nervous she was about the coming confrontation. She had forgotten just how impressive the school grounds were during springtime. As she strode forward, her eyes took in the vibrant hues that blanketed the landscape, a stark contrast to the monochromatic whites and greys that were there during winter. The usually stark, imposing trees now swayed gently with leaves of emerald green, making the forbidden forest look slightly less menacing than it was during winter. The grass, once a dull, frost-bitten brown, was now a lush carpet of green, peppered with daisies and buttercups that danced merrily in the sun. Gemma recalled the crunch of snow under her feet in the cold months, a sound now replaced by the soft rustle of grass and the occasional chirp of birds. It seemed as if the whole world had awakened from a deep slumber, shedding the icy stillness for a cloak of lively colors and sounds. No wonder Potter liked spending time outside. Because that was her target, Harry Potter. It took more time than she would admit to anyone to track the younger boy down. Any tracking charm was dispelled minutes later at the most. People who tried to follow him ended up losing him every single time, and any method of discretion or stealth didn't help in any way. Gemma ended up biting the bullet and just asked Tracy Davis, one of his closest friends, where she could find him. Apparently, the younger boy woke up early every morning and hung out near the Black Lake. As she neared the lake in question, the air grew moist and fresh, a far cry from the crisp, dry coldness of winter. The lake itself, which had been a frozen mirror reflecting the grey skies above months ago, was now a fluid expanse of deep blue, its surface rippling with the activities of the giant squid and other magical creatures that dwelled within. Sunlight sparkled off the water, creating a dazzling display of light that danced in Gemma's eyes. As she moved closer to the edge of the Black Lake, a figure caught the corner of her eye, but her mind took a moment to register it. It was Potter, lying in the shade of a large oak tree, seemingly at peace with the world around him. Not for the first time, the young woman wondered why she never really took the time to appreciate how beautiful Hogwarts really was. She had always been absorbed in the political web that was Slytherin House, and she never really appreciated just enjoying herself. That had to be her greatest regret, not taking the time to enjoy herself. She had turned her school life into a battlefield. She didn't regret fighting for her position in the house, just how much she had sacrificed for it. She had no friends, only allies. She had no real close relationship with anyone. She turned herself into the best politician she could have managed, and she rose to the top. She didn't have a powerful family backing her. The Farleys were just a couple of centuries old, and the creation of new crests slowly fell out of favor after standardized magical education took off. Gemma did technically have a crest, but it's barely more than a casting aid than anything else. None of her ancestors invested their time or effort into researching magic, so it helped her when learning magic in school, nothing more. Over the last century or so, political advancement has been getting a lot more popular than magical research, probably because it's easier. Additionally, without any new research taking place, there just wasn't enough reason to pass down magical knowledge to descendants. In the past century, people only did it if they developed a new branch of magic, and even then, they needed permission from the ministry to perform the ritual, and of course, that came with the usual bribes and political strings. It was mostly for political control, more than anything, but registering as a crest family came with a lot of perks and tax breaks. Still, the ritual took decades of dedication to slowly grind down the essence of a magical creature and bind it to the magical circuits of someone. After decades of acclimation, it slowly turned into an adequate repository to store magical knowledge, and it would be passed down to their children. This process was dangerous, unpredictable, expensive, and lengthy. However, the easier way of doing so is using a very small fragment of an already existing crest to act as a basis, similar to adoption but without the repository of magical knowledge that came with it. Old families did that to their most loyal vassals, but that stopped being commonplace after the statute of secrecy was put in place, formal nobility was abolished, and their sacred vows to fealty rendered useless. Nowadays, the ministry offered to provide a crest fragment to create a new one, but that did come with a very hefty price and a lot of conditions, and people just thought it wouldn't pay off for centuries, especially when it came to new families without a ridiculous amount of gold in Gringotts. Lost in her thoughts, Gemma didn't realize how close she had gotten until Potter spoke up, his voice slicing through her reverie like a sharp knife. "You're not usually up this early, Farley." "Well, you don't make it easy to speak with you. I'd very much rather stay in bed at this ungodly hour. The young boy snorted, his eyes still closed. You're not the first to say that to me. You could have just sent me an owl or something. You didn't need to have people following me, or even using tracking charms on my things. Really creepy, Farley. The older girl suppressed the urge to grit her teeth. That boy was really infuriating, I'll keep that in mind. You're here to convince me to join the court of Slytherin, the last Potter remarked without any sort of prompting. How in Merlin's name did he figure it out so quickly? Potter did make an impression the previous year when he was summoned to the court, but it was completely different to speak to him face to face. Hiding her discomfort, Gemma plastered a fake smile on her face and spoke up, what gave you this idea? The boy still hadn't opened his eyes. You're obviously a member of the court, probably a high member. King or queens would be my guess, but king would be more likely. Whether you like it or not, people have always steered clear of you. Your fellow members probably do it out of respect, but the rest of the house follows their lead easily since they're often the loudest and the most influential in their year. People tend to be idiots like that, following directions without thinking. I thought it was because you were a prefect when I first came here. But after learning about the court, it was far more likely. Gemma stood there, frozen, as she tried to formulate a response. The Potter boy had seemingly decided to continue in her stead. Now, what would a high member of the court of Slytherin want with me, especially after winning the dueling tournament? You practically guaranteed a spot in most guilds, and even in the ministry. You should be extremely busy. It's definitely not a social call, not after 3 years of not talking to each other. So, the more likely choice is that you want me to join the court, a soft sell since I loudly said in the common room that I wasn't interested in doing so. Am I wrong, Farley? Yes, you are, she simply admitted. I'm here because no matter what you say, I'll be graduating in a few months. I have nothing to win or lose by any choice you make. So, I'll just tell you why I think you're making a horrible mistake, and I'll leave you to your choice. Well, go ahead. Convince me, then. Before I start. Why are you so uninterested in joining? Every Slytherin dreams of this offer ever since their first year. Potter chuckled, the court is an easy way to network with future influential people, but the truth of the matter is it's a school club. Oh, it has a lot of perks and gives every member a taste of power, but it's not a real thing. It won't mean much after graduation. I have no interest in building a power base. I definitely have no interest in lording any perks over people. There's nothing you could give me that would make my life better, so why should I do it? Nothing at all. For all people like to label things, I'm not a future Dark Lord like Dumbledore said, and I'm not a future Light Lord. I'm just a scholar with a passion for learning magic, and this school holds one of the biggest magical libraries in the world. The only thing I would consider buying is knowledge, and there is more than enough of that here for many lifetimes over. Well, that was nice and everything, but how would he handle with a little pressure? That's a shame. Green grass will likely accept our invitation. For the first time since the conversation began, the young boy opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Daphne is joining you. Yes. She realized that the connections she could make in the court might help her with her quest to save her sister. Those eavesdropping enchantments in the common room are annoying. I'm guessing Astoria complained to someone about it and you heard. I told my friends all about it after the whole basilisk fiasco. Gemma winced at the memory. You didn't make any friends with your attitude, especially when there wasn't even a basilisk in the school. Are you sure about that? What do you mean by that? The boy's smile turned predatory. When you think about it, why would anyone say that there was a basilisk in the castle? Even if it was dealt with, somehow, it's very unlikely that anyone would admit it. So, Longbottom really killed a basilisk. Who knows? Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. She wasn't getting anywhere with this. So, about Greengrass. Ah, yes. If Daphne wants to join, then that's more reason for me to not do so. You see, Tracy is the only one who's taking the court thing seriously. Daphne wouldn't really care for empty promises and hypothetical help with her sister. And well, considering that not being invited is a given thing. The only way I would join would be if I took Tracy's place, and that would just be cruel. You care about your friends so much. Even after what Davis told me to curry favor with the court. Potter's response was a shrug. The fact that you came to see me on your own means that she didn't say anything of substance to you. I make it very clear what they have to keep secret, and as long as they keep them, then I'm good. That's a shame, you would have made a good king, eventually. Oh, I showed that much promise, did I? Gemma tried her best to hide her smile. Yes you did. Who would have thought that the tiny pint I showed to our common room 3 years ago would grow into, well, you. I was always me, Farley. I just needed a little push. Hogwarts has a way of doing that, doesn't it? Wasn't that an understatement? Without making any overt move, somehow Harry Potter grew into one of the most mysterious yet respected figures in their house. And he didn't even have to fight someone, outside of the few spats with Malfoy a couple of years back. And all it took was for him to win a school task without any effort or display of magical might and end up in the quarterfinals of the dueling tournament without casting more than 2 spells per duel, and even then, he lost because he forfeited for green grass sake. Even his friends, especially the girls, had some very impressive showings in both tasks. It made people wonder about Potter, who happened to be the unofficial leader of the group. Still, the offer to join the court is valid until the final task. After that, your chance will be over, and we'll send out the formal offers. I guess, I'll see you then, Gemma said. It's in a few days, isn't it? Beltane is such an odd time to hold a task. It has such a ritualistic meaning. I wonder why Dumbledore chose it. Gemma could hear the implied warning the boy implied. You think something will happen in the final task? I have no idea. I'm just pointing things out, I suppose. Now, let us not think about such sordid affairs and plots, and just enjoy the moment. It's such a wonderful morning, isn't it? Gemma couldn't help but relax slightly. It is. It really is. Chapter 202, Pricey Remembrance. March 27, 1994, Peak District, Manchester. Albus Dumbledore walked through the greenery that surrounded him, the lush landscape of the Peak District unfolding before his eyes like a tapestry of vibrant hues. The serene beauty of the English countryside was a stark contrast to the bustling streets of Manchester, just a stone's throw away. From the Muggle side, this place was a haven of natural splendor, rolling hills blanketed in a patchwork of emerald and jade, dotted with wild flowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Ancient oaks stood tall and proud, their branches weaving a canopy above, filtering sunbeams that played hide and seek on the forest floor. The air was fresh, filled with the earthy scent of damp moss and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Dumbledore's footsteps were soft on the well-trodden path, a solitary figure amidst the vast expanse of tranquil wilderness. As he ventured deeper, the scenery began to subtly shift, signaling the threshold to the magical portion of the area. There were many enchantments to prevent Muggles from accidentally stumbling into the other side, which held, in Albus' honest opinion, the most beautiful place in the British Isles. With a step, the wards recognized him immediately, and let him through. Immediately, the landscape took on an otherworldly quality. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with a silvery glow, casting an ethereal light on the path below. Exotic plants, unknown to the Muggle world, flourished here, luminous flowers that opened only under moonlight, and vines that hummed softly in the presence of magic. The air was alive with the sounds of creatures both seen and unseen. This was one of Albus' greatest treasures, the single greatest concentration of magical creatures and plants, in Britain, maybe even Europe, and it was completely under his control. No one alive even knew it existed anymore. Albus had made sure that the people who were aware of it would suffer a few accidents, and discreetly removing it from the Ministry's registry during the war with Grindelwald got people to forget about it in time. Adding in a few compulsions on the Muggles to change the area's name, the entire place easily became untraceable even if someone read about it somewhere. Descendants of the Druids that once lived in this place could stumble into a reference to the location somehow. This place was the source of most of Dumbledore's wealth, in the form of alchemical regents. It cost him nothing to create any alchemical elixir, since all the ingredients were very easily accessible, elixirs which he sold discreetly for a small fortune. Adding in the fact that it was an easy place to get materials for Hogwarts herbology and potion classes, this venture alone was one of the headmaster's most profitable. Deciding not to distract himself from his goal, Albus walked towards the fog in the distance, his steps measured and deliberate. The mist was thick, swirling around him like a living entity, its tendrils curling and unfurling with an ethereal grace. Magic was often wild and chaotic in this place, like a cauldron filled with too many ingredients, and it showed in how the environment behaved. Slowly, the outline of a lake emerged from the mist, its waters still and serene, reflecting the soft grey light of the obscured sky. The lake was akin to a mirror of the sky, its surface undisturbed by wind or wave. Dumbledore stood at its edge, his eyes reflecting the deep calm of the water. With a practiced flick of his wand, he summoned a boat from the depths. It rose gracefully, water cascading off its aged wood, yet the surface of the lake was still unbroken. He stepped into the boat, which moved of its own accord, gliding effortlessly across the lake, cutting through the water with barely a ripple. The mist seemed to part before him, revealing the path forward, yet clinging to the boat like a shroud. He had never gotten used to this place, the mythical Isle of the Blessed, one of the most revered locations for druids, often thought to be lost. In a way it belonged to Albus now. As if summoned by his thoughts, the island materialized from the fog, the air around the isle shimmering with magic. Magic that Albus perverted in a way. It wasn't his proudest action, a moment of weakness in his youth when he craved power and respect like a starved man. He had blindly followed the light back then, without a single moment of hesitation. Yet, he had learned after decades of experience to trust it, but not follow it blindly. It was hard to resist at times, but the light obviously had ambitions of its own, separate from Albus. Still, with a wave of his wand, the wards parted, showing ruined structures, taken over by countless magical flora after centuries of abandonment, yet the magic of this place still remembered the countless rituals that it witnessed. As Dumbledore arrived at the shore of the isle, he took a deep breath and walked decisively towards the middle of the island. He ignored the ancient ruins that dotted the landscape and the wild, overgrown plants that clung to the ruins and carpeted the ground. As he moved deeper into the island, the landscape subtly changed. The dense foliage began to thin, giving way to a small clearing. In the heart of this clearing stood a humble dwelling, a stark contrast to the surrounding ruins. It was a modest hovel, seemingly cobbled together from the natural materials of the island itself. The house was an eclectic mix of rough-hewn timber and stone, with patches of living greenery woven into its structure, as if the house itself were a part of the island's flora. The roof was thatched with long, water reed, providing natural insulation and blending seamlessly with the environment. The walls of the house bore the signs of both hand craftsmanship and magical transfiguration. Stones meticulously fitted together without mortar, intertwined with branches that twisted and turned in natural, yet unnaturally precise patterns, suggesting the intervention of a skilled wizard. Of course, he knew who was there, and he was a skilled wizard indeed. Albus approached the door, raised his hand and knocked gently. He couldn't help but feel anxious slightly, about the response, knowing who was on the other side. The door opened, revealing a familiar face. "Well, you sure took your time, Albus." There, looking back at him, was a face that he wanted to forget about. Armando Dippet, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, looked older than any wizard had a right to be. If it wasn't for the Isle, the man would have probably died of old age, instead of being bound to this place. "I'm sorry, I never visited you." Albus' predecessor chuckled bitterly. "One would think you were ashamed of what you've subjected me to." "I am. I have many regrets. This is, without a doubt, one of them." "Don't give me that dragon dung, Albus. I know you. You would have gotten rid of me eventually, one way or another. This was just one of your cruelest ones yet." Albus had to admit that the man was right. He wanted to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. It was necessary to accomplish his goals, to finally shape the magical world into the utopia it could be. Unfortunately, Dippet had no intention of retiring anytime soon, something that simply grated the champion of light. He had just defeated Grindelwald by completely giving in to the light for the duration of the duel. Confident in his ally, he followed its instructions to the letter. He pretended to have found the Isle of the Blessed, a mythical area thought to be lost to time, and took the man there. He prepared a ritual given to him by the light, one that he did not fully understand. He brought the man to the middle of the island and performed it. It was only after that he understood what he had done. The ritual was complex, but as its basis, it was a contract. Albus would be given ownership over the Isles and its surroundings, and the wards would belong to him, but in exchange, the Isle would take a guardian, who would serve as its protector, unable to leave, unable to interact with the outside world, alone in an empty island, until Dumbledore himself either gave up on the wards or perished. Unknowingly, with his blind trust, he had sacrificed the life of a good man, perhaps even his death, for a piece of land. And he couldn't even take it back without losing his greatest asset to date. He had learned to not follow the light blindly then, that it could burn and blind, just as it could illuminate and guide. There was still something that Albus did not understand. "I would have thought that you would be angry at me. I learned a very long time ago, in my isolation, just how unproductive anger could be. Oh, don't get me wrong, I loathe you with all my being, but I know there's very little I can do about it, so why bother? Well, that was an unexpected yet welcoming surprise. When Dippet found out what had happened to him, he made some serious threats. He expected to come to this place expecting some kind of resistance. Still, that answer did strike him speechless enough that Dippet continued the conversation, so, tell me, Albus, why are you here? And don't lie to me and say that you wanted to speak with me. You want something? Yes, I do, Dumbledore admitted, there was an artifact in your possession. You told me about it long ago. I have searched your belongings, even your vault at Gringotts, yet I couldn't find it. What could it be, I wonder? The former headmaster pondered. Ah yes, I remember. One of my most precious treasures, one of the last working Fey artifacts. And with Beltane being so close. Oh, you're up to something, aren't you? Just tell me where the artifact is, Dumbledore asked with exasperation. Let me have my fun. It's not every day that I entertain company. Besides, I can guess what you want to do with it anyway. This will not end well for you, or anyone for that matter. I did not come here for you to lecture me. The former headmaster grinned, and yet, even after all these years, you still have much to learn. What kind of educator would I be if I didn't try to teach you? Let's ignore what you have done to my school and your misguided idea of safety and that foolish dream of yours. Instead, let us focus on something recent, the mess with the Potter boy for example. How badly do you think you handled that? How do you even know about it? You may have bound me to this place, but it still has some perks. Let's just say that I had a long time to hone my scrying. It's probably the main reason why I haven't gone mad. But that's beside the point. Your enmity against the boy makes you look childish and incompetent, especially since the boy is winning. That's not mentioning what happened with the Longbottom boy. I have to say that it is amusing to see you lose to a child. Then again, Harry Potter is not an ordinary child. Albus gritted his teeth in frustration. What do you know? I know many things, but why should I tell you anything, when you will not listen to it anyway? I can make you talk. The former headmaster shrugged. You probably could. You and your precious light could make me suffer for another eternity. You know, I saw this inflexibility in you the moment I saw you. I didn't even want to hire you. It was a letter from Flamel that made me change my mind and give you a chance. He said that you were a champion of light that could change the world, break the cycle, and stop the constant wars. What a fucking joke. My biggest regret is that I didn't burn that cursed thing the moment I saw it. I stopped the war. I stopped Grindelwald. Then tell me, Albus, does the magical world look like your promised utopia? You've been at it for half a century, with ultimate power at your fingertips. Tell me, Albus Dumbledore, is the world better in any way than it was when you started? Dumbledore stood silent, refusing to answer. I will change things. I don't care anymore. Just leave. Not without what I came here for. Dippet gave his successor an unreadable look. Are you set on this course of actions, Albus? This will not end well for you, I can tell you that. I am. Then I suppose it's time I parted with this. Dippet waved his hand and a golden disc appeared in his hand. Golden runes glowed all over it, pulsing magic periodically. Albus, be very careful, just like the Fae were before they left this plane, their magic is just as traitorous. Using it comes with a price, one that you might not be prepared to pay. All this time, you had it on you. Yes. I was planning to study it, the day you betrayed me. It's not like it did me any good here, did it? And now you have it. I did my duty, I tried to warn you. Whatever happens next, Albus is on your head. Farewell, Albus. Dumbledore did not want to hear the man prattle along once more. He turned back from the hovel and rested. He had gotten exactly what he came for. The third task was now ready. This would be his crowning moment, his greatest victory. His dream was so close, that he could almost taste it, and nothing would stop him from realizing it. Chapter 203, The Lost Serpent. April 4, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Cassius Warrington tried to ignore his sister's worried gaze as she fussed over him. The sight of a preteen girl, barely reaching his waist in height, fretting about his well-being must have looked comical from the outside. If it had been anyone else, Cassius would have been angered at the humiliation, but he didn't have the heart to make Ivy sad, especially considering how terrified she must have felt during his duel with Longbottom. Still, after a while, the young Slytherin stopped her hand and gave her a warm smile. "Stop worrying, Ivy. I'm fine. Madame Pomfrey was able to stop anything serious from happening to me. And the healers even gave me a clean bill of health. But you're still bleeding." "Ah, yes. That." Even after more than a month of constant healing, the stab in his chest still opened and bled randomly. Thankfully, everything was fine internally, and his healers checked many times. But the scar itself opened. It was a very odd effect, where the dark magic persisted in the surface wound. The healer who specialized in curses said that it was the intent of the caster still powering the surface magic. It wasn't really dangerous, but it made him wonder what fucking curse did Longbottom use in their duel. It had to be some serious dark magic, which was odd since the boy had cast it without using a wand. Cassius wasn't buying the whole emotional accidental magic that Dumbledore was spouting. Longbottom was already casting a lot of frankly disturbing spells as the duel progressed, easily going for killing blows. The boy's spells were even more potent, more powerful than he'd seen older students cast during the court disagreements. What a pretentious way for the court of Slytherin to call fighting so that the winner would have his way. The court had a small fighting arena for members to fight each other. It was somewhat traditional for the white and black halves of the court to disagree on almost any issue, with only the king acting as the mediator. The white court was often made up of half-bloods and new purebloods, and the black court were mostly members of the old families, still retaining their position in society due to their vast wealth and heritage. Cassius was a proud white rook, an enforcer of the court, and he had more than often ended up fighting against other opponents. He had won some and lost some. But he never experienced what Longbottom did against any other opponent. Longbottom's spells had a lot of weight against them, far more than he had ever seen anyone else cast. There was a very real possibility that they could have gone through the protection charms that the dueling tournament put in place, to prevent any deaths. It was required from any dueling event to have wards that would dampen any magic on a person's head. It wasn't really a shield charm, but should a dangerous spell come near a competitor's head or heart, then the spell would be transformed into a stunner with any leftover magical energy turned into a concussive force. This was a form of transfiguration that was so beyond newt levels that it wasn't even funny. Cassius had tried to read up on the ward, but the work was so theoretically complex that he barely got through the first few pages. The ward was important though, as long as a competitor didn't instantly perish, it was perfectly possible for a healer to save the competitor's life if they reached him in time. Magical healing was just amazing. It was a shame that healers were forced to swear so many vows during their training. If it didn't feel so stifling, Cassius would have considered joining them. Still, a dueling ward, like any other form of protection magic, could be overwhelmed. Cassius wasn't certain, but he had a feeling that a few of Longbottom's spells, especially the dark ones, could have killed him. It wasn't anything rational, just this instinct that he had during the duel. He felt in real danger, as in actual mortal danger. Cassius lost many duels before, outclassed rather easily, but he had never been as terrified as he was when he fought Longbottom. There was just something unsettling about that guy. Cassius' thoughts were interrupted by a slight burning pain, to which he hissed in protest. His sister didn't seem to care about his hissing and hit him gently on the back of the head. "Don't be a baby. Madame Pomfrey said to apply this cream every time the wound opens. You could have warned me, at least. And have you cringing away like a little girl?" The young Slytherin's cheeks reddened. "I do not cringe away." The little girl gave him an unimpressed look and did not deign to comment any further, choosing to continue applying the cream. The wound visibly closed once more, the blood was wiped away, leaving a large gash in his torso. Even weeks later, he hadn't gotten used to the sight. It was a jagged line, uneven and rough, resembling a rift carved into the earth as if his flesh had parted away. The edges of the scar were raised and puckered, a harsh contrast to the otherwise smooth skin. Its color was a mottled tapestry of pinks and reds, with tinges of purple at the peripheries, like a gruesome sunset permanently painted on his flesh. Dark magic was a bitch to heal, and that's not even considering the bullshit Longbottom was spewing. The scar tissue had a sheen to it, a subtle glossiness that caught the light differently from the rest of his skin, serving as a constant, unyielding reminder of the danger he faced, of what could have easily happened to him. It was a sobering thought, the fact that he was moments away from leaving his sister alone in such a cruel world, with barely more than a small vault full of his meager savings, and a muggle father. Ivy wasn't like him. Cassius fought tooth and nail to make that happen. He did some very risky moves and worked his arse off in and out of the castle to save up enough gold to make sure that Ivy wouldn't struggle to pay for anything during her Hogwarts education. But without him helping her, that would have been it. He had enough gold for her school supplies and any magical needs she might have, but nothing more. Ivy would have had to work for every single nut she would need outside of that. She wouldn't have been able to go out to Hogsmeade with her friends, sneak in some banned items, things that Cassius' classmates did and that he always declined any invitations into, choosing to save up as much gold as he could. The only indulgence he ever gave himself was his broom, and it was more of an investment than anything else. The possibility of becoming a professional Quidditch player was too lucrative for him to avoid, especially with the lack of a skilled seeker in the Slytherin team. Cassius' wish was for Ivy to have a life without caring about whether she could afford to have fun or enjoy herself. He would not let that happen. Yet, whenever he looked at Ivy's eyes, he didn't see her childish innocence anymore. Seeing him so close to death had made her lose something precious, and that was why he truly hated Longbottom and Dumbledore. You don't have to come every day, you know. I know that, but I want to. Who knows what mess you would be pulled in without me there to set you straight? She teased back. You make me sound like I'm some kind of troublemaker. Aren't you? Still, you should thank Professor Snape for letting me take care of you when you're not in class. How he convinced Dumbledore of that, I have no idea. The way she spat Dumbledore's name made him worry slightly. Look, Ivy. I know that things have been tough on you and Dad, but you need to drop the whole hate thing with Dumbledore. Antagonizing him is just not worth the trouble it would bring us in the long run. He tried to swipe it under the rug and called it an accident. You almost died, Cassius. And that Longbottom cow practically forced you to sign a disclaimer that you wouldn't press charges against her grandson. It's just not fair. No, it was entirely fair, Cassius commented. We got more gold than I could have made in 5 lifetimes. Don't you get it? We're set up for life. You could enjoy Hogwarts without any trouble, and get new robes instead of second-hand like me. We could finally go on a trip somewhere during our vacation, visiting some place warm. It might have sucked, but this was the best thing that could have happened to us. Ivy just stood there, frozen and silent before her eyes started to tear up. You don't get it, do you? You were dead. I saw your body fall, I saw you bleed all over the arena. Everyone thought you'd died. I thought you were. I would rather give back all the gold Longbottom threw at us to keep us quiet, to forget about this moment, to forget about this scar. I would rather live in a box than see you like this again. So, don't you dare say that this was the best thing that could have happened to us. He didn't have the time to process what she had said, let alone calm her down, because she ran away from the hospital wing, crying her eyes out. Cassius couldn't help but feel regret. He really shouldn't have said that. Maybe it was apathetic for him, but some pain and a scar felt like they were worth guaranteeing his sister's happiness. And yet, she seemed sadder for some reason. He might have gotten hurt, and the whole thing wasn't even his fault. He didn't choose to fight Longbottom, and he definitely didn't know that the fucking boy who lived would go insane in the middle of the duel. And it wasn't like he was foolish enough to do anything like it again. Before Cassius could figure out what was going on, he heard the noise of a throat being cleared. He jumped and turned, only to stiffen when he saw the intruder. The closest thing he could have compared the figure to would have been a weird ministry worker. The man, it was definitely a man's body, was wearing a business suit, with an odd hat, that probably went out of fashion decades back. The only reason he stiffened would have been because he recognized the face. It was one he had seen many times in the Daily Prophet, a face that should have been dead, Barty Crouch. Not quite. I just borrowed this face. I rather like my privacy, you see. And you picked a dead man's face for that. The figure shrugged. Why not? Everyone in this country knows that the man is dead, so you'd know that this is a disguise, and this is far more comforting than weird shadows and glamours, don't you think? That's not to say that I didn't take enough precautions. Look around you, no one even noticed that something odd is happening. Who are you and why are you here? Cassius asked, feeling unnerved for some reason at the man in front of him. He felt like prey in front of a large predator, and he definitely didn't like it. It didn't make sense, the man did not make any threatening move, yet Cassius wanted to lash out like a cornered animal. Oh, the direct approach. I like it, the figure commented. Well, I wouldn't have hidden my face if I planned on telling you my name, would I? Let's just say that I'm a very concerned citizen. I saw what happened to you, and how Dumbledore was covering it up. A student almost died in an event he created, by the hand of his star apprentice to make it worse. And he called it an accident. How disgraceful. I can't imagine how much he pressured you to not go after him. You're joking, right? This is Dumbledore. He didn't have to say anything for me not to make noise about him. The man's smile widened. How would you like for some help then? A bit of influence to go after your headmaster. Cassius froze once more before shaking his head. I already signed a paper that I wouldn't go after them. No, you signed that you wouldn't go after Longbottom. Dumbledore's negligence is another matter entirely. When you think about it, it would be in the greater good of magical Britain for the man to finally be accountable for his mistakes, right? You might be right, but I'm happy with what I have. I won't risk my family's future on a wild lead, which will barely give me any vindication, Cassius denied. He was telling the truth. The young Slytherin saw no point in going after Dumbledore. He had gotten everything he'd ever wanted to thanks to the deal with the Longbottom matriarch. He wasn't going to do anything risky to jeopardize his sister's future. And by your family, you mean your sister, right? Young Ivy, I believe, such a bright young girl. She should go to Hogwarts soon, right? I was curious about her, so I looked her up. He took out a couple of photos. This is a photo of young Ivy in the playground, one with her eating ice cream with your father. How cute! It would be a shame if something happened to her, right? You son of a bitch! Cassius leapt at the man who dared threaten his sister, only to pass through him. Oh, come on! There's no need to be so aggressive. I'm not actually here, this is just a projection, an illusion of some sort. Stay away from my sister! The young Slytherin yelled. I have no intention of harming young Ivy. But the world can be so dangerous. Tell you what, just because I'm nice, I'll pretend that you didn't try to attack me. I'm just going to let you think about my offer and I'll get back to you in a week to get your answer. Don't worry, I'll find you then. And just like that, the man faded away into nothing, but the photos in his hand slowly drifted down onto the floor. The bastard wasn't bluffing. Shaking, he picked them up and noticed that his scar was bleeding again. He was immediately accosted by Madame Pomfrey. Mr. Warrington, are you feeling all right? I don't think so. He simply whispered, more to himself than for her benefit. He wasn't fine. Until the end of the day, his hands shook, and he kept shivering every time he remembered what happened in the hospital wing. What was he going to do? Chapter 204, Declared Thrice. April 16, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry sat in the shade of the Black Lake with one of his palms looking at the sky. Floating on top of it was a golden magical circle, which controlled a pebble in front of him, making it move around in the air in seemingly random directions. Well, technically the pebble wasn't really moving, it was space that was being bent and stretched, causing the pebble to have the illusion of moving. It was the best he had gotten with his space manipulation. Oh, of course, he could do things on much bigger scales, but he had reached a plateau of some sort about what he could do with it. He was able to stretch space and compress it with a single thought. He could mimic gravity, and modify it as much as he wanted, but he could not go any further. His dreams of creating portals seemed to be beyond him. After a certain point, space just did not like being molded, and it lashed back. The energy required to do so grew exponentially and it reached a point where, according to his calculations, not even a horde of dragons would have enough magic to push the spell further. And it wasn't like he was only stuck in his space manipulation. He had found no new lead about magic involving multiple dimensions in months. Hell, he even tried to look at time magic, hoping to combine it with his space magic to see what would happen. Unfortunately, time magic was a field of magic that's been theorized about, and often treated like a joke by researchers. After thousands of years of dedication, wizards have decided that actively manipulating time with magic was a dead end. It was impossible to go back in time or to jump forward for that matter. There was some excitement after the theory of relativity was discovered almost a century ago, but all they were able to glean was that theoretically time could be stretched, but they could not really see any uses for it, since the energy requirements were massive for something that other spells could mimic without any temporal magics. This all came as a surprise to Harry, who knew that time turners existed. He couldn't find an exact way they worked, only some basic theory work by a wizard who was obviously conscripted into the Department of Mysteries. Apparently, time turners operate on a mix of divination and projection. Every grain of sand in the artifact remembered states of matter of the user at a different moment in time, acting like an anchor. The maximum a person could go back was the latest state of the user in a grain. Yet, the sand could also divine when it would be used in the future somehow. The author did not say how it worked, and Harry did not have any samples on hand to make deductions or analyze it. He didn't think that the Department of Mysteries would let him borrow one either. Anyway, the artifact created an independent physical projection, creating the illusion of time travel and rejoining each other with their memories seamlessly when it is used in the future. It was a dirty trick, but it seemed to work. There were many holes in that theory, probably ones that the researcher, who probably became an unspeakable, fixed decades back. Without any access to the sand, there was nothing Harry could do anyway. He was at a dead end in every interesting project he took on, something that really grated at him. If there was something Harry hated the most, it would be a lack of progress. How did other people handle getting stuck with a problem with no way to solve it? How did people handle knowing that it should be possible in some way, that the answer had to be close, yet have no idea, nonetheless? Harry's inner rant was interrupted by a slight tap to the back of the head. Stop complaining inside your head. You agreed to relax for a couple of hours a day with me. Overthinking things in your head is not relaxing, Harry. In the privacy of his mind, Harry regretted agreeing to Daphne's suggestion about leaving more time to relax. They had been slightly for a few days after their deep conversation. The blonde had said some things that he did not want to hear, truthful things. Her words still haunted him in his sleep. Was he really going from one crisis to another, actively chasing them down? He'd always said that he wanted a quiet life to study magic, to not interfere with the politics and plots of magical Britain. She was right in saying that he could have changed schools. It was obvious now that he thought about it, that staying anywhere near Dumbledore was a bad idea, anyone could see that. The fact that Daphne would follow his lead made it a real option. Yet the thought made him uneasy. He didn't want to think about leaving, and for some reason, he felt guilty about this fact. Maybe it was because he was putting Daphne at risk by staying here with her, he didn't know. He didn't even know why he wanted to stay. All the excuses just felt hollow when he said them out loud. It was obvious that the entire thing was distressing him, and Daphne had seen it and wrangled a promise out of him to spend at least a couple of hours relaxing, hours that she would supervise. Every day, they went down to the Black Lake, laid down in the shade of a giant yew tree before dinner and just hung out, watching the sunset together. This place had quickly become one of Harry's favorites in the castle. He instinctively learned at death. Fine, Daph. Who knew you could be such a taskmaster? The blonde snorted, I learned from the best. Or maybe that's just some resentment for all those months of training. If there's something nice about the whole mystery task, at least we won't have to deal with your hellish training. Hey, he protested, you're the ones who wanted my hellish training. We didn't know any better, she giggled. Still, I can't help but feel that the stakes for the Slytherins are a bit low, to be honest. Why is that? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, we've already proved to everyone that we're the most skilled house. Think about it. In the first task, we dominated our year and got the highest positions. You, a Slytherin, even won the task. In the second one, we were the students in our year to get the furthest in the tournament. Hell, Farley even won the entire thing. And since the court agreed to announce the memberships and promotions on the day before the task, we don't really have a reason to win, outside of the gold prize, and maybe the grades. We don't even need the house points anymore since we pretty much won the cup. I suppose you are right. So, you decided to join the court. The blonde released a deep sigh. Do I detect a note of judgment in your voice? Not really. It's your life and your decisions. I'm just curious about your reasoning. The connections I will make could help me help my sister. Members of the court sort of keep in touch after graduation, like some kind of fancy club meeting once a year, so they could help. Harry frowned, you're not telling me everything. Helping Astoria is part of the reason you accepted, the part that you want to tell yourself, but there's something more. Fine. She exclaimed, my father agreed to let me continue my wish of becoming a healer in exchange for joining the court. All right. That's fine, Harry calmly responded, it's a sad move from your father, but I don't see why you're so ashamed of it. She looked away from him and answered in a small voice, you never let people make your decisions for you. You never let anyone tell you what to do. I thought. You thought I would look down on you? Don't be silly. There's a difference between obeying your parent and letting people walk over you. Daph, I don't know anything about your father, but asking you to join a school club which would probably help with the family business is not a bad thing. The blackmail thing was scummy, but he probably only did it when you kept refusing him. It was a shitty thing to happen to you, but I can't really judge you for it. Our situation is just different. Daphne did not respond and just kept looking at the lake. After what felt like 10 minutes, she chose to change the conversation. Did you know that Lavender is trying to use the art of divination to see if she can discover what the judges have planned in the last task? She kept bragging about it to the other girl in herbology. Harry couldn't help but snicker at the thought. We haven't even been taught anything that might help, even if she was some kind of insane seer. I don't think that there's a way to actively try to see something as detailed in the task. Divination tends to be very vague, and visions are often metaphors instead of exact details of what would happen. I was trying to make a joke, Harry. You didn't have to overanalyze it. It was obvious that she was making it all up. I suppose we'll see in the feast later. Speaking of the feast, we should get going. I don't want to listen to Tracy complain about us being late again. Daphne huffed and stood up. They both walked side by side near the castle, the sun setting behind them. McGonagall announced during breakfast that there would be a feast that night and that the headmaster had something to announce to the student body. Considering how close the final task of the tournament was, the headmaster was probably going to share a few details about it. Honestly, it would have been a nightmare for Dumbledore to keep a task completely secret. Students needed to know what to bring, the basic rules of the task. The tournament organizers and ticket sellers needed to arrange a way for the audience to attend and be able to spectate the task. The whole thing wouldn't have been worth the logistical nightmare it would bring. As they approached the Great Hall, the buzz of excitement that usually filled the air felt somewhat misplaced to him. The vast chamber was alive with speculation and anticipation, but he couldn't shake off a sense of skepticism. Dumbledore was definitely planning something in this task. He could feel it in his gut, and he hated it. He joined Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise, his mind not on the feast, but on the forthcoming announcement from Dumbledore. It seemed every eye in the hall was trained on the headmaster, hanging on his every word as if they were gospel. The feast itself was a grand affair, as always, but it was clear that Dumbledore's announcement was what everyone was really waiting for. The headmaster rose to speak, and a hush fell over the hall. He began in his usual manner, a mix of seriousness and warmth, but to Harry, it felt more like a well-rehearsed performance. Students of Hogwarts, Dumbledore intoned, we approach the final task of our tournament. Unlike the previous challenges, which tested physical strength and dueling capabilities, this task will be a mental trial. There was a ripple of intrigued murmurs across the hall, but he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Technically, the other tasks did require some heavy thinking, yet the headmaster made them sound like any idiot could have won. To be fair, the way that Harry won his duels did give that impression. A maze will be constructed on the Quidditch pitch, which shall remain closed until the end of the task, Dumbledore continued. This announcement caused a stir among the students, especially the Quidditch players. The closure of the pitch wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a significant alteration to school life, all for the sake of this elaborate and mysterious task. So, a maze? How unoriginal. Seriously, it was one of the most common tasks in past Triwizard tournaments. But it would serve the headmaster well. There was a lot he could do with a maze, that he would not need to reveal. This made things tricky. It's hard to keep track of many competitors at once, meaning that it would have been very easy for Dumbledore to sneak anything in. As competitors navigate this magical labyrinth, they will face challenges that require more than physical strength. Success in this task will hinge on one's ability to decipher runes and solve enigmatic puzzles. Dumbledore's words were met with nods and murmurs. Before he could think of anything else, the headmaster continued, the victor will be the first to find the trophy hidden within the maze. Dumbledore concluded with a twinkle in his eye, I urge all competitors to embrace the spirit of intellectual rigor and fair play. Now, that's enough talk. I am sure that most of you are famished. The rest of the feast was a whirlwind. People spoke to each other excitedly about the task, but all Harry could feel was dread. The task just didn't feel safe and entirely to Dumbledore's advantage. He needed to make a plan and quickly. He only had 2 weeks left to come up with something. Chapter 205, Tempest. April 29, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Alastair Moody walked up to the headmaster's office feeling far more tense than he expected to be. Dumbledore had given him the task of following the Potter boy around and finding out more about him, and what he discovered disturbed him. Oh, it wasn't Potter. The boy had undoubtedly a lot of secrets, but it was Albus' obsession with the young man that rattled Alastair. Sure, the brat was good at magic, a prodigy the likes he had never seen before. He was very much just as skilled as Dumbledore proclaimed in his guardianship hearing. Hell, if anything, the whole thing was watered down. And that made all his victories in the school tournament all the more amusing. The brat could have just taken the direct route, and defeated his opponents who were very much his lesser. Yet, he chose trickery and deceit. At first, Alastor assumed that it was just to make people underestimate him, as well as humiliating Dumbledore, and that was definitely one of the boy's goals, but the main reason was something that took the former Auror a lot to figure out. The Potter boy just didn't like the spotlight all that much. He actively disliked the very idea of being involved in politics and of people being interested in him and using him to push some political cause. In terms of magical skill, Alastor imagined that this was what Albus was like when he was still a young student. But in terms of ideology, they couldn't be any more different. For all of his talk of refusing power, Albus Dumbledore held enough positions and had enough connections, to be considered one of the main powerhouses in magical Britain. There was no doubt that he loved power, and his controlling tendencies, even when it came to his allies, supported that. Maybe that was why he was so obsessed with the boy? Perhaps he saw the boy replacing him in the future and wanted to remove a rival? Alastor didn't know, but the whole thing put a bad taste in his mouth. He huffed for a few seconds, pausing as he went up the spiraling stairs. The damn thing seemed to twist endlessly upwards. Dumbledore often used a tactic to get ready and modify the length of the stairs enough to prepare himself. The former Auror decided to not waste the effort and stood where he was for a good minute, before going up once more. He was at the entrance in less than 10 steps afterwards. The doors opened without him knocking like the headmaster always liked to do. As usual, the office was just a seemingly random collection of magical artifacts and magical books. The walls were filled with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, their eyes following Moody with a mix of curiosity and dismissal. These portraits collected and went through the information from the entire network of paintings in the castle and informed Dumbledore in case they overheard something critical. Alastor kept a privacy bubble whenever he saw a painting near him. For all he trusted Dumbledore, he knew that the man had his faults, and he would allow any sensitive information to slip. Speaking of the headmaster, he was sitting behind his desk. Alastor, I must say that I did not expect you to come see me today. I'm afraid I must ask you to make it quick. With the third task being so close, I have very little free time, even to speak with old friends such as yourself. Fine, Alastor responded, I don't like dancing about shit. What are your plans with Potter? The headmaster froze suddenly, his kindly smile disappearing immediately. That is none of your concern, Alastor. When people spoke of Dumbledore outside the castle, they always imagined him as this kindly half-mad old man who has a lot of eccentric habits than most of the patients in the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mungo's, but with more knowledge and magical power than the rest of the population put together. They were wrong. Very few had the misfortune of seeing what was underneath the kindly mask Albus wore. Alastor was one of them. The mask was off, and the defeater of Grindelwald showed himself. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't intimidated whenever Dumbledore did that. Still, he had to push through. I don't care if it isn't. I spent a month following the boy around. He's a good kid, normal. He has friends, and he helps them with their schoolwork. He likes flying and has no interest in politics. Hell, he even refused a position in the court of Slytherin, and I remember how desirable a position was when I was still a student. I can see why you would be interested in following his progress, but you're treating him like he's your sworn enemy. You were even kinder with Death Eaters during the war. The Potter brat was fascinating to watch, yes. It was more of a challenge than Alastor expected. The boy had some kind of magical sensing, that was for sure. For all his intelligence, whenever Alastor was near, the boy would clam up slightly, and become a bit tenser, recognizing being watched. He could also detect and disarm most spying spells near him, even artifacts designed for reconnaissance or missions. It was far more challenging than most of his recent missions. The only results he had gotten were with Muggle recording devices made entirely with lead, the least magically absorbent material in the world. He planted the recordings in places he knew the boy would hang out every day, since they would be fried quickly, since the boy tended to channel magic into his clothes in a few bursts every few minutes. For some reason, his friends did the same. He later learned that it was some kind of magical exercise he was teaching his friends, something to improve their magical control. Still, it was very annoying to deal with. The intelligence that Alastor had wasn't foolproof, but the few things he was able to discern showed a picture of Potter that was completely different from the one Dumbledore showed. Oh, he was a magical prodigy and everything, but he was mostly curious about exploring magic more than anything. He was also very wary and very scared of Dumbledore, convinced that the man just would not leave him alone. There was even talk of changing schools, and that the green grass girl would follow him. All in all, the whole thing wasn't flattering for Dumbledore. The boy definitely had a magical crest, though. However, he didn't speak much about it, and Alastor could never tell when he was training it. That was another thing, sometimes the boy just disappeared for hours on end. Alastor just couldn't cast a tracking charm without the brat detecting it somehow. He even tried using an invisible potion that would show shoe tracks when they were exposed to a certain spell, but the boy must have noticed something was wrong because nothing ever came of them. Any other information he had on the boy, he had gotten by intercepting his mail, which happened to be mostly mundane stuff. The only interesting piece of information was that the boy was heavily invested in the Firebolt Company. But even then, the boy's owl was a tricky bugger. She avoided his spells, learned to counter wards. Alastor had learned about pets becoming smarter by bonding with powerful mages, but he'd never seen something this drastic before in his years as an Auror. He hadn't told Dumbledore about the magical sensing. Even if it was slightly naive of him, Alastor sympathized with the boy. Albus was just as obsessed with him, as he predicted. The former Auror just couldn't help but dread what the headmaster had planned for him. Alastor's recollection was interrupted by Dumbledore's voice. I know that it may look harsh, but I want you to trust me enough to believe that I would not be cautious of a child without cause. So, it's not about getting back at him for embarrassing you. The headmaster took a deep sigh. I will admit that I was in the wrong in the guardianship hearing. However, forcing students to compete in the tournament was necessary. I made a few projections on the number of potential participants if it was optional, but they were not optimistic. The entire event would have been a disaster. The raw truth is that the school needed the gold, and this was the only way to do it. So, what is it? Why are you so fixated on him? A prophecy. The former Auror stiffened and furrowed his eyebrows. You're planning on ruining his life for a prophecy. The situation is complex. Do you know who Pernell Flamel is? She's dead, isn't she? So is her husband. I remember the French being up in arms about it, especially when they never found out who did it, especially since no one could find the Philosopher's Stone. Albus nodded. That's correct, Alastor. But what most people don't know is that Pernell was a seer, one who had centuries to hone her skills. Before her tragic death, she predicted that someone would rise to power and undo everything I ever worked for. All my efforts in making the magical world safer are gone, just like that. I never heard the full prophecy, only Nicholas did, and he died before repeating it to me. I started to suspect that young Harry was that mysterious enemy after his guardianship hearing. I had just wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be influenced by Arcturus, but the way he reacted was the first time someone successfully hurt me politically. I will admit to being angry at what happened to my sister being brought up, but it made me focus on the boy. His lineage sealed the deal for me. I have studied the Potter family, and it fits the prophecy. I am sure of it now. I don't know when and I don't know where, but one day, Harry Potter will destroy everything I ever worked for. He will render the sacrifices I made meaningless, and it will cause my death. He's just a boy, Alastor protested. Did you not think that you were turning him into your enemy, your opponent? Perhaps, but so far, I have done nothing more than ask you to observe him. Wouldn't you keep tabs on a potential threat as well? I would, Alastor grudgingly answered. So, you're not planning on doing anything to him during the third task? I do not plan on killing him, no. I am not a monster. If I had my way, Harry Potter would live a long and prosperous life, just far away from here. That was probably the best he could have gotten out of Dumbledore when it came to Potter. He had to accept that. People forgot just how little they could do to change Dumbledore's mind. The headmaster was always there as the reasonable voice in conflicts, so much so that people never assumed that he could be just as stubborn and irrational at them at times. All right, with that out of the way, I assume you know about the Warrington boy filing a claim against you and the school. Dumbledore nodded with a dismissive look on his face. They're probably looking for more gold to squeeze out of the affair. The whole thing will be resolved after the third task. Don't be so certain. Public opinion hasn't been in your favor for a while. If it wasn't for your prison, why do you think I built it in the first place? I expected something like this to happen sometime. Well, you better prepare for some more, because I'm hearing a lot of angry chatter about it. You're still vulnerable until the prison actually opens. The ministry is taking its time with the inspections, though, and that's not a coincidence. Personally, I think that Nott is involved, the former Auror stated. I think something is going on, in the background. I can feel it coming. You're not the only one who thinks so, Albus responded. He took a look at the grandfather clock in his office and stiffened. Oh, look at the time. Thank you for your opinion, Alastair. But I'm afraid I'm already late for my meeting with the warding team. Do you mind if we continue this conversation later tonight? Before Alastair could protest, the headmaster just got up and left his office with large and measured steps. The former Auror found himself sitting alone in an empty room, and murmured, I certainly hope that you know what you're doing, Albus. He couldn't help but feel like Dumbledore had kept a lot of things hidden during their conversation, enough for a small pit to grow in his stomach. He had never seen Dumbledore act irrationally before, and it was worrying to see someone with so much power acting this way. Chapter 206, Twisted Web. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry woke up feeling far more anxious than he had been this year. What was wrong with him? He was more composed on the day of the Hogsmeade attack. Maybe it was the fact that he had no idea what was probably going to happen, no idea what Dumbledore had planned. Because Dumbledore definitely had something planned, and Harry couldn't figure out what it was. The mere fact was as infuriating as it was anxious. He tried everything. He put small recording devices on every member of the staff. He even managed to sneak one into his office, but there must have been privacy enchantments there since it couldn't pick up anything. And now, it was too late. This was the day of the third task, a maze according to Dumbledore's announcement. It was hard to ignore the giant hedges growing every day in the Quidditch pitch. The security at the event was surprisingly competent. Harry could have snuck in through the boundary, yes, but there was an entire team of active warders on site. Harry was good. Hell, he was probably better than most warders out there, but at the end of the day, he was just one person. A team, especially with specialists more experienced and probably more knowledgeable than him, would wipe the floor with him. The dreams didn't help. Yes, he was back to having disturbing dreams again. He couldn't even remember them. He only knew he had them when he woke up every day, sweating and breathing heavily. He tried to do anything to recall them, remembering how much they helped to prepare him for the Hogsmeade attack. He tried everything but nothing worked. Occlumency revealed nothing. Hell, he had even bought a dream catcher to recall his dreams for him. The whole thing had cost him a pretty penny, only for it to just show a blank page during his nightmare. All he was left with was a faint feeling of horror, despair, and fear, to wake up to every single day. He hated it with a passion. What use was it to be some kind of seer, only to see nothing and just wake up with emotions? He ended up just giving up after a while. He had run out of ideas about predicting whatever was coming. Divination just wasn't his strong suit. Even Trelawney had said that seers were just on another level entirely compared to standard divination methods, not that those methods seemed to give him any answers. Seers just obeyed different rules and tended to be vaguer, more abstract for lack of a better word. At the end of the day, he decided to simply fine-tune his magical abilities, and hang out with his friends instead. It was a bit depressing, how little he had progressed in the past few months, at least compared to his friends. Blaise started to become a terror with his light magic, and Daphne was getting better every day at using her plants. Even Tracy, who didn't really have any fancy crest to rely on, just soldiered on, showed tremendous improvement in her dueling, and learned more than a few impressive spells. Speaking of Harry's friends, Daphne and Tracy, alongside Nott, have finally been confirmed as official new members of the Court of Slytherin. There was an official ceremony that would take place after the third task to bind them to the wards, and probably be given their masks. It wasn't really all that interesting, but Harry didn't really voice it. Being chosen was a noteworthy event in their lives. Tracy had already been given gifts from her mother, and Daphne got some fancy new earrings from her father as a congratulations. Harry couldn't really fault them. Daphne wanted to join to help her sister, and Tracy wanted to use the connections to secure her future. They might not be the most altruistic goals, but they didn't have to be. However, while Harry was cautious of the final task, the rest of the castle became excited as the task neared. Everyone was looking forward to it. Practically every book that contained riddles or puzzles was taken out of the library. The ancient runes section was practically bare in the Hogwarts library. Even bookstores outside of the castle were overwhelmed with requests for runes textbooks or magical riddles. The Ravenclaws have been especially smug, having presumed that the whole event was in the bag. That overconfidence was going to be their downfall. Yet, Harry was not so optimistic. He was stuck in between a rock and a hard place. The good news was that winning the task shouldn't be that surprising. The young Slytherin had demonstrated time and time again, how to win while doing the minimum effort. Riddles and puzzles didn't really show the aptitude someone had for their magic, and Harry had proven that he was an intelligent young man. Alas, if he knew Dumbledore, and he probably did more than most, then the old man expected him to try to embarrass him again by winning without any effort, and probably had something bad planned up for the winner. Then again, what the headmaster had planned could have nothing to do with Harry at all. The whole thing was just giving him a headache. And that's not mentioning Mad-Eye Moody following him around in the castle, probably on the man's order. Dumbledore said that he was acting as a consultant for the third task, but Harry didn't buy it. Moody was known to be Dumbledore's attack dog. The man's fearsome reputation and the rumors of his ruthlessness during the last war just made people uncomfortable at best, and shitting their trousers out of fear, at worst. Yet, that infamous aura kept following Harry around every day. From the moment he woke up and worked on his occlumency at his favorite spot near the lake until he tucked himself to bed at night, Alastair Moody just watched him. Harry even had to use his cloak to get to the room of requirements to train, multiple times. The Peveril invisibility cloak was the only thing he knew could easily trump whatever enchantment were on that eye of his. His thoughts were interrupted by Blaise elbowing him. "You better start moving now, or you could end up missing breakfast." Harry nodded. "Yeah, you're probably right." "Nightmares again?" the dark-skinned boy asked. "Yeah, it's a chore. Everything might go to shit today like you're expecting it, but at least, you won't be having those nightmares again." Harry rolled his eyes exasperated. "You do realize that my dreams are more like warnings, right? The fact that I'm going into this blind is not a good thing. Mate, you're not the only one that's participating in the task. Has that thought that maybe it has nothing to do with you at all entered your head?" "By a matter of fact, yes, it has." Blaise tilted his head looking confused, and I decided that it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is to stop being so pessimistic." The last Potter snorted. "I'm not pessimistic, just a realist. You're the one that's been singing in joy ever since you started dating Tracy. Let's just go meet the girls." The Italian boy grumbled back. They walked to their usual spot in the Great Hall and found the girls chatting away, eating their breakfast. However, Harry just didn't have the urge to eat. Why was he nervous altogether? Daphne noticed it, since she put a serving of scrambled eggs, 2 pieces of bacon, and a small piece of sausage on his plate. Harry gave her a raised eyebrow to which she returned with an expectant expression. "Eat." Amused, he took a few bites just to appease her, and around an hour later, Professor McGonagall summoned them all to the Quidditch pitch. It was time. As they stepped onto the once familiar Quidditch field, they were greeted by a sight that rendered it utterly unrecognizable. Towering around the perimeter, a massive hedge, reaching at least 20 feet into the air, stood as a formidable barrier. This imposing green wall transformed the field into a secluded arena, a stark departure from the open skies and sweeping views they were accustomed to. Directly in front of them was a gap in the hedge, serving as the sole entrance to what lay beyond, an immense, sprawling maze. The entrance itself was daunting, presenting a dark, almost foreboding threshold that seemed to swallow up the faintest rays of light. As they peered into the maze, the shadows within appeared to dance and shift, making the whole structure feel alive. Within a mere 5 minutes, the once empty stands had transformed into a buzzing hive of activity. The air was thick with the sound of hundreds of excited voices, each contributing to an escalating symphony of anticipation. Parents, ministry recruiters, goblins, and even a few guild representatives, poured into the arena, in what could probably be one of the most important events to dozens of lives. For all Harry's dislike of Dumbledore, he had to admit that the turnout was impressive. In many ways, the headmaster gave his students the opportunity of a lifetime. It was a way for them to show their skill and strong suit far more than any of the previous tasks. If only the man wasn't probably planning global conquest or something. The electric atmosphere was broken by Ludo Bagman. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of this lovely tournament is about to begin. For the few of you that haven't figured it out yet, the task is a maze." A wave of chuckles rumbled throughout the crowd. "In the middle of the maze is a trophy. The first student to grasp the trophy will be the winner of this task. Now, let me emphasize," Bagman continued, his voice taking on a dramatic flair, "there will be only one winner. There are no accolades for second place, no points for almost making it. This is a challenge of wit, skill, and determination." The crowd's excitement grew as Bagman's voice rose. "Students may duel if they wish, but beware," he warned, his tone turning serious. The use of dark magic is strictly forbidden. Our esteemed headmaster, Dumbledore, has crafted invisible artifacts we call them observers. These will follow each of you, allowing us all to witness your journey through the maze. Bagman's eyes twinkled mischievously. But don't even think about tampering with these observers. If you do, you'll be disqualified quicker than you can say Expelliarmus. And let me tell you, these observers are sharp. They'll spot any use of dark magic in an instant, and if they do, you're out of the game. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. Each competitor will enter the maze with only their tournament uniforms and their wands. Nothing more, nothing less. And remember, summoning charms to bring anything from outside the maze is strictly off limits. Bagman's voice took on a conspiratorial tone. You might find it tempting to work together, and that's perfectly allowed. But keep in mind, there's only one winner. Trust is a tricky thing in the maze. Your chances of finding the trophy are about as slim as finding a needle in a haystack. Or, should I say, a niffler in a bank vault. The crowd laughed, but the student body exchanged wary glances. This maze, Bagman continued, is not just a collection of hedges. It's a labyrinth of challenges, puzzles, and surprises. Every turn, every dead end holds a secret. It's a test of your magical prowess, your ability to think on your feet, and perhaps most importantly, your courage. But beware, many of the challenges that you face might even eliminate you from the task permanently. He raised his arms, encompassing the entire arena in his gesture. So, brave competitors, are you ready to face the unknown? Are you prepared to take on the challenge that lies ahead? May the cleverest, the bravest, the most resourceful win. What are you waiting for? Brave students, stand by your designated entrance to the maze, and let the final task begin. Well, if anything, Bagman certainly knew how to charm a crowd. Harry turned towards Daphne and gave her a soft smile. Good luck. She smiled back, you too. Well, the trophy is an obvious trap. The easiest way Harry could see not being caught up in it was to just not take it. All he had to do was just let someone win and see what happened next. He only needed to survive the maze until someone won the damn thing. It all seemed so simple, and yet Harry couldn't help but wonder why he felt nothing but primal dread the moment he stepped foot into the maze. Chapter 207, Deadless Delights. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Neville Longbottom felt the maze's hedges close behind him, feeling a mix of trepidation, excitement, and desperation. This was it, Neville's last chance at making anything for himself, and had to grasp it with everything he had. It was flabbergasting that in the span of a single year, Neville had lost everything. He had lost his reputation with what he said about the Chamber of Secrets. He should have known that it was an illusion. What second-year student would be able to kill a bloody basilisk with a sword? Even Merlin himself wouldn't have been able to do something like this. He was such an idiot for bragging about it and telling everyone in school about his accomplishments. Looking back, he wouldn't have believed if one of his classmates had done it, even Harry. But then, came Hermione's condition. Neville had to admit that this was what hurt the most back then. Compared to Ron spitting on their friendship, and most of magical Britain thinking that he was insane, losing Hermione was what really messed him up. It didn't take long for Neville to realize that for all his closeness to Ron, Hermione was his only true friend. Without her motivating him to get better, to grow and learn, the world felt colorless. And so, he went to another year in Hogwarts without friends, clinging to Potter, who had thankfully forgiven him for the way Neville treated him since coming to Hogwarts. Looking back, it was hard to call their relationship a friendship. They were cordial enough and spoke to each other every week during their project sessions. Harry didn't mind giving him a helping hand, but that was it. Now that he hadn't spoken to the Slytherin for months, everything just looked clearer. Neville asked Professor Babbling to test their assignment early, around 2 weeks after the dueling tournament. Bones looked furious at that but eventually agreed when Harry didn't protest. After months without any contact, Neville could see that Harry didn't dislike him, just never actively chose to spend time with him. Looking back, he never really did. Not even when they weren't on good terms, Harry never sought him out, never tried to actively get back at him. He remembered that fact being especially frustrating. And he had been doing the same in this past year as well, only on more friendly terms. Maybe it was just Neville feeling bitter for what Harry told his grandmother, for causing him to be disinherited, and his family crest to be deactivated. Oh, right, if the past year wasn't bad enough, he was a Longbottom in name only. He didn't have the long-bottom crest anymore and wouldn't sit on the Wiesengamot as his grandmother's heir. No, that honor would come to his uncle Algy's grandchildren, who wouldn't even go to Hogwarts for a few years. Neville would even lose the name should he ever get married and his wife's last name instead. His former crest wouldn't even be passed out to his children. The only consolation was that his grandmother didn't treat him any differently and had set aside a small fortune in a separate vault for him to make sure that he would never have any financial difficulty. The process of removing the crest was agonizing and he felt like he lost something afterwards. His family definitely thought so. Outside his grandmother, the rest of the family just looked at him like he was an outsider, a ward of the family at best. Neville couldn't help but wonder if his parents would have done the same, renounced him as their son. The only positive thing that happened was that his mind became a lot clearer since the crest was removed. He felt more controlled, and less brash, but also less prone to anger and rage. Oh, they were always there in the back of his mind, ready to be unleashed, but he held it, gripped it tightly and never let it control him. It was why he didn't try to confront Harry. It was why he realized, with clarity, that for all his attachment to Harry, the other boy likely did not feel the same. Neville was forgiven, but what he had done was definitely not forgotten. His drastic improvement with his magic slowed down. It was still far better than before the crest was activated. Maybe it was because Neville was now more motivated when it came to his studies? Or maybe it was because he felt more pressured to succeed and find his own path forward. Before, Neville knew the path his life would take. He would have finished his studies in Hogwarts, became an Auror, before retiring and taking the long-bottom seat in the Wiesengamot. His family was influential enough to make people ignore the few inadequacies he might have, and his status as a celebrity would have made the event a public relations goldmine for the ministry. But he had lost all of that and had to rely on his own efforts. Hence the need to win the third task. While before, he thought of the tournament as a way to regain the public's favor, now it was an opportunity of a lifetime to display his skills to make up for what he had lost when he stopped becoming a long-bottom. As he progressed into the maze, the towering hedges cast black shadows across the path. It had to be an enchantment of some sort. It was far too dark for the middle of the day. Neville also noticed that there had to be some kind of silencing charm, considering the sudden absence of noise from the crowd. It was almost like he was underwater. He pulled out his wand and muttered, "Lumos Maxima." A giant ball of light appeared at the tip of his wand and floated in front of him. Seeing no observable danger, Neville cast a spell that he learned specifically to navigate into the maze. A few days before, he had put 4 random items, that he added a tracking charm to, just outside each corner of the maze. The spell he found connects to the 4 items to act as a relative locator to his position in the maze. His crest might be gone, but what he had learned, the skills he had used, still remained. Nevertheless, the young Gryffindor discovered that he was in the northwest of the maze, and he needed to walk to the southeast to get to the middle. Hermione would have been proud of him for coming up for that one. Neville's mood turned melancholic at the memory of his friend, before he shook his head, and walked towards the east. As Neville advanced, the maze seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the hedges twisting and reshaping, as if they were part of a living, breathing entity. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, and Neville felt a chill that wasn't entirely due to the unnatural darkness surrounding him. He felt watched, and not just by those fancy observers Dumbledore created. With each step, Neville felt like something was testing him, probing him for weaknesses. He tried to ignore it as much as possible. Detection spells revealed nothing, and he kept doing his best to move towards the center. Slowly but surely, pieces of cobblestone started to appear in the ground and near the hedges. It didn't take long for the hedges to turn into walls and the grass into a cobbled road. The former Longbottom scion just kept pressing forward until he found himself in a large room, and the entrance behind him closed immediately. He tried to walk forward, only for one of the stones to glow and disappear. He almost fell forward, unbalanced by the sudden disappearance of the stone, but caught himself at the last moment. Neville slowly looked down the hole where the stone used to be, only to see a large pit leading to the darkness. As he peered into the void, the depth seemed immeasurable, a bottomless pit that threatened to swallow not just his body, but his very essence. Symbols on the remaining stones glowed for a second before disappearing, but Neville immediately recognized what they were. Runes. The room, now clearly a rune puzzle chamber of sorts, was filled with stones, each potentially a trap leading to the abyss below. Neville extended his wand, casting a series of detection spells. The magic seemed to warm most of them off, except for one that Harry had taught him in their sessions. It wasn't anything fancy, it just gave images of all carved runes in an area. A series of glowing symbols appeared in front of him, an elaborate rune matrix. Thankfully, those were Norse runes and not in some obscure language that he'd never seen before. Neville analyzed the pattern for a second, only to realize what it was. A knot. No matter how complicated it looked, it was just a fancy knot with runes instead of ropes. Neville only had to decipher it to get to the other side, activate each stone at the right time, and in the right order to disable the trap. Funnily enough, other than his knowledge of Norse runes, it was herbology that helped him the most. Magical plants that were capable of movement tended to easily get knotted up in a very horrible manner. More than once, Neville had to spend hours fixing it, to avoid the destruction of thousands of galleons worth of plants. And so, he approached the rune matrix with the same methodical patience he would a rare, dangerous plant, tracing the lines and connections of the runes with the tip of his wand, careful not to touch anything directly. Neville didn't know how long it took to solve the puzzle, but when he finally had a working solution, he connected each stone with the platform in front of him to activate them remotely and started to solve the puzzle. With every move of the pattern, the walls of the chamber started to shift, the stones grinding against each other with a sound like whispers in the dark, until, when he removed the final knot, the stones glowed with magic and a door opened on the other side of the room. Neville tried to use the rune detection charm once more, but it revealed nothing. He must have solved the puzzle then. The young Gryffindor took a tentative step forward and saw that the stone remained inert. Just like that, he slowly walked towards the door and went to the other side. As Neville stepped through the doorway, the environment shifted dramatically. The rough-hewn cobblestone and imposing walls gave way to a surreal, white expanse that stretched infinitely in all directions. The starkness of the room was unsettling, its eerie silence a stark contrast to the subtle whispers and creaks of the previous chamber. It felt like stepping into a void where the very concept of reality was thin, almost translucent, as if everything around him was a facade, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. The transition was so abrupt that Neville momentarily doubted his senses. Was this another layer of the maze, or had he somehow been transported elsewhere? The air was thick with a sense of anticipation, as if the room itself was waiting for something to unfold. He stiffened when he saw movements far away. Everything just looked foggy for some reason. Neville swallowed when he recognized the red hair. Ron. What's going on? What is the puzzle here? Neville walked towards his former friend and noticed that he had an ugly expression on his face. Ah, it's you. Yes, it's me, Ron. Now, what's going on? You know, being friends with you was the biggest mistake I ever made. I thought it would have been an easy way for fame and fortune, but it was just tedious, in the end. Neville stiffened. What in Merlin's name is wrong with you, Ron? You don't get it, do you? How much I had to go through to pretend I gave a shit about you. I thought you were special. In the end, you were just a pathetic arrogant boy who was lucky enough to have his parents die for him. Do you feel special now, Neville? You son of a bitch, Neville bellowed while trying to punch the redhead in the face, only for his fist to go through the boy's face. He looked around and saw that Ron had disappeared, only mist remained. He didn't have to recollect what happened before he was grabbed from the back. He's right, you know. The former Longbottom scion nearly teared up at the sight. Hermione. His friend looked exactly as she was a year ago. Her hair was still just as bushy, her eyes just as hazel, but she had a cold and calculating expression that looked wrong on her face. You only bring misery to everyone around you, Neville. Do you remember what happened to me, Neville? If you were the hero, you thought you were, why didn't you save me? This isn't real, the young boy protested. Silly boy, just because this isn't real, doesn't mean that it isn't true, Harry's voice replied from behind him. You were barely more than a project to me, an annoyance that I pitied. She's right, you know. You could have saved her. All you had to do was ask her. She was being possessed, she must have noticed something was wrong, that she was losing time. You only had to ask her. You should have noticed something was wrong too. But you didn't care, and now you mourn her. What a fucking joke. No wonder your grandmother jumped at the idea of disinheriting you. His grandmother's apparition was next, her words like a venomous arrow. I regret ever taking you in, Neville. You were always a disappointment. Your parents' sacrifice was wasted on you. The cruelty in her voice was unlike the stern but caring woman he knew, yet in this place, the line between truth and falsehood seemed perilously thin. The most heartbreaking illusion was that of his parents, appearing as ethereal figures, their faces edged with sorrow and regret. We sacrificed everything for you, Neville, and for what? You were never the son we hoped for. You're not even a Longbottom anymore. What use are you now? The young Gryffindor knelt down, refusing to look any of the apparitions in the eyes. They were right, weren't they? It was all his fault. Ah, so you finally accepted it then? A smooth and cultured voice spoke up. Neville turned and saw him. Voldemort. The Dark Lord's mere presence seemed to chill the entire chamber. You were a mistake, Neville. Nobody meant to be crushed. But now, I see why fate chose you. Perhaps you were not meant to defeat me as a warrior of light but as a warrior of darkness. You felt it, haven't you, the monster hiding inside you? You felt it when you almost killed that Slytherin boy, that instinct, the need to burn everything in sight. No. Stop denying it, boy. It's your destiny. Neville refused and bellowed, no. A giant pulse of magic originated from him, dispelling all apparitions around him. Neville gasped in exertion. This really took a lot out of him. When he looked around some more, he stiffened. Bodies and blood. There were corpses everywhere and Voldemort came up from behind him and said, there you go. Look at what you are. This isn't real. Maybe, but your actions are real, aren't they? All of this could have been real. You know it could have. You're just one hair away from becoming me. Neville shook his head, I refuse. Voldemort grabbed the boy's throat with unnatural strength, lifting him into the air. Your denial is adorable, child. Neville kept grasping at the hand trying to stop him, but it was like the thing was made of steel. Everything was becoming hazy until it turned into mist for some reason. Neville looked around and saw the entire room fracture as if it were glass, leaving a stone chamber in its stead. He turned and tried to look at his rescuer, only to freeze when he recognized him, Warrington. Chapter 208, His Deepest Fear. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. It had almost been an hour since Harry entered the maze, and he was admittedly getting bored. Oh, he'd had to go through a few challenges, but they weren't really that difficult. The rune puzzles were somewhat obvious to solve. They were even easier than the ones printed every day in the Daily Prophet that Harry liked to solve during his breakfast. Then again, those challenges were aimed at students, not fully qualified adult mages. It showed with the quality of the trial before him. With a flick of his wand, Harry broke through the ward to get to the other side. Most of the challenges he had to deal with were fulfilled either by some kind of runic activation or a ward that reacted to a simple action. In a way, this allowed students to have multiple ways of getting past it. They could either solve the challenge or try to break the ward. The maze itself was rather simple in its design. Oh, sure, it was very large and could be complex, but each layer of the maze moved with some kind of trigger and rotated in the opposite direction of the previous one. Each layer was guarded by a challenge of some sort, meaning that every competitor would have to go through certain types of challenges to get to the center. If Harry had to guess, each rotation was triggered by someone getting through a challenge, meaning that competitors' actions would affect each other in some way, be it positive or negative. The first challenge was a runic puzzle that Harry solved in seconds, and then some kind of room filled with mental illusions that he defeated with a glance. Then came a riddle room that was warded to open only when the answer was spoken out loud. Harry just broke the ward. It was a common enough ward that had a very well-known counter. Harry's arcane hearing really wasn't fair to the other competitors. Still, it wasn't like he was planning on winning the damn thing. It was obviously a trap. Honestly, he would have pretended to be stumped or pretend to make a blunder and accidentally get disqualified, if his friends weren't already in the maze. Thankfully, Tracy and Blaise were already eliminated at the second layer of the maze. Harry had memorized his friends' songs using his arcane hearing and could listen to their location. It was pretty imprecise, but he did his best to remain at the same layer as them, while progressively getting closer. Tracy and Blaise disappeared from the maze and reappeared somewhere outside somewhere around the second layer. Their songs did not have any sign of distress, only a bit of reluctant frustration, so he assumed that they were out of the task. Only Daphne remained in the maze, and she was going through the tasks very quickly. Harry slowly made his way towards her general location. This whole thing was a trap and Harry didn't want to leave the maze without knowing that she was safe. Afterwards, he would either send up red sparks and forfeit or pretend to make a mistake and get eliminated. Anyway, Daphne was doing very well from the looks of it. She was advancing very quickly towards the center. If Harry had to guess, their lessons in curse breaking were very handy. Daphne probably just disabled any ward in front of her, which was something they had practiced extensively. Still, Harry had told Daphne that the whole thing was a trap. They had all agreed to lose quickly since there was very little to gain by winning the task. Tracy had the spot she craved in the court of Slytherin, and they definitely did not need the gold or recognition. Daphne ignoring their agreement worried him. He had to find her and quickly. Suddenly, the stones shifted around once more, and Harry stabilized himself quickly. The maze walls shifted with a very loud groan, echoing through the narrow passages. Harry watched, as the solid stone walls seemed to liquefy for a moment, rippling with arcane energy, before settling into a new configuration. A passage that hadn't been there before now lay open in front of him, becoming the only way out of the room. The whole transition was very smooth and seamless. Harry wanted nothing more than to study the runes that were probably etched in the walls but refrained himself. He still had to find Daphne. Cautiously, Harry stepped forward, his wand raised and ready to cast at the first sign of danger. As he moved into the newly revealed passage, a thick, swirling fog began to seep from the ground, curling around his ankles like a living thing. The fog was dense, almost tangible, and as he walked the furthest, even without his arcane hearing, Harry would have been able to tell that the fog was charmed. It acted similarly to a cheering charm, only it amplified fear, not happiness. Then it came, a song unlike one that Harry had ever heard before. It began subtly, a barely audible whisper of fear, creeping into the consciousness almost unnoticed. And then, when it took root, it grew very quickly, the harmonies changing and shifting unpredictably, reacting to what it discovered. Beneath it all was a deep resonant tone, a foundation of some sort, something that is present in every single living thing. It was so familiar, right at the tip of his tongue, fear. It took longer than he liked to realize what this song belonged to, that's a boggart. The entire melody was just so complex, so much more different than that of any magical creature he ever encountered. But it didn't feel natural. This was different. This was something more. What are you? The creature seemingly materialized out of nowhere, into the image of an older Harry. You're a clever one, aren't you? I like to think so, and you didn't answer my question. Now, what would be the fun in that? It's not common that I find someone like you, with a fear that would allow me to communicate. I deserve to have a little fun, don't I? I wonder if you've realized what your fear is. Harry shrugged. I realized it the moment I saw you. It's in the eyes, you see. You're right. They're very familiar, aren't they? His heart leapt into his throat. This was a bit more personal than he liked to see. Because he had seen those eyes before every day in his previous life. It was the eyes of someone who was alive but did not live. A man who would die without truly experiencing life. If there was something he dreaded more than anything in this life, it would be that he would die alone, with that look on his face. Seeing it so plainly just made him uncomfortable. The boggart continued, most people are afraid of monsters, of other people, of their friends or family abandoning them. The wise ones are afraid of themselves, of what they could become. I have to play a role for every single one of them. But you? You're afraid of those eyes. You're leaving me a lot of free will to work with. But you won't tell me what you are. I won't, the creature denied. Then we have nothing to discuss. You see, I am rather busy. Goodbye, boggart. With a wave of his wand, Harry banished the boggart and dispelled the mist. He walked through the passageway and walked the paths that took him the closest to Daphne. He was getting close. He could hear Daphne's song getting louder with every step he took. He ducked suddenly as he felt a spell coming from his left and sent a stunner towards the caster. Harry cast a repelling shield in front of him to redirect two spells coming his way. With a flick of his wand, he conjured birds that flew towards the attackers and turned to chains, binding them and sticking to the walls. Deciding to see who was ambushing him, Harry snorted when he saw McLaggen and two other Gryffindors in his year. Seriously? Why did you even attack me? The older boy looked resigned. Come on, man. After all you did during the whole tournament, are you really surprised that people wouldn't try to eliminate you? I guess not. Nice try, though, Harry complimented before stunning him and his collaborators. The moment they all fell unconscious, the ground swallowed them all, and Harry felt their songs disappear and reappear seconds later outside the maze. Hey, so being unconscious was grounds to be eliminated? That was good to know. Before he could analyze the effect, Harry felt Daphne's song race up into pure panic, then to blinding pain. Harry started running without thinking about it. All thoughts of hiding what he could do turned into smoke as he focused on saving his best friend. He was done playing. With a wave of his wand, the protections on the walls were bypassed and the stones moved away, creating an artificial path directly near Daphne's location. He warped space to minimize the distance. It took a dozen hops for Harry to start hearing the screaming. Daphne's screams grew louder and more desperate with each wall he went through, her melodies turned into a haunting symphony of pain that cut straight to his soul. When he finally found her, he froze when he saw his friend contorted in agony on the cold cobblestone floor of the maze. Daphne's elegant blonde hair, typically styled with meticulous care, was now strewn wildly around her head, a halo of disarray. Her skin, normally the picture of porcelain grace, was marred by beads of sweat and edged with lines of pain. He tried to shake her, but she didn't seem to respond. The sight of her in such a vulnerable state was jarring to Harry, a stark contrast to the strong young woman that she really was. She was still trembling, and Harry instinctively went to try to do something. Anything. He knelt beside her, dozens of basic healing charms on the tip of his tongue only to stiffen when someone spoke up. "Ah, you're finally here." Harry pointed his wand at the source of the voice to see Ron Weasley of all people smirking at him. "What did you do to her?" "It was just a cursed locket I had around. Only I can remove it from her. With it, I can make her feel extreme pain with just a thought." Harry prepared himself to break the locket entirely only to be interrupted by Weasley once more. "I wouldn't do that if I was you. If the locket is removed without my permission, she will die. If not by the backlash, then the imperious curse I put on her would do the rest. She's such a willful young woman, I have to say." Harry noticed Daphne's glassy eyes, a telltale sign of being under the imperious curse. "You're not Weasley, are you?" "I know him. He wouldn't have been able to pull something like this off." "Right again. He said you were bright. After our affairs are concluded, they'll find Mr. Weasley petrified somewhere else in the maze. By then, I will be long gone." Harry snorted. There had to be better ways to go about attacking Daphne. "Oh, you misunderstand. Ms. Greengrass is the unfortunate victim here. This was all about you. You see, for all your intelligence, you lack wisdom. You have patterns like any other. You have pressure points, your friends, specifically Ms. Greengrass here. It wasn't hard to see what you've done the previous year just because she was petrified. I'm sorry to see someone with your potential gone, but you were just making too much noise, becoming too troublesome to deal with." "You're with Dumbledore," Harry simply stated, repressing his rage as much as he could. The sinister smile Harry received looked wrong on Ron Weasley's face. "Yes, I am. How did you find out?" "I wasn't actually sure, but you needed to bypass the observers somehow, and since it's something that Dumbledore just created, he was the most logical choice. Honestly, I was just guessing and used the name of the most powerful person I antagonized recently." "Thank you for the confirmation though. So, this was all an elaborate trap to kill me. You must think you're so smart." "You're right, Dumbledore deduced that you had a way to keep an eye on your friends. I followed after Greengrass and put her under the Imperius as quickly as I could to stop her from forfeiting like you were likely to ask her to. She went further into the maze, something that Dumbledore assumed would get your attention. And well, it did. It's a shame that she had to suffer though. She didn't deserve it." Harry sneered at him. "So, what's stopping me from stopping you, right now? The fact that the necklace would kill her should be enough to prevent you from doing so. You see, to truly kill me without your friend biting the dust, you'd have to somehow dispel the imperious curse I put on her, then somehow remove the necklace without her being hurt, and finally land a spell on me. Call me dubious, but I can't see you being able to do that in less than a second." Very interesting plan. Not yours, I presume. After all, you don't sound like a planner." "Ah, I get it now." "Get what?" the impostor asked. "Have you always been in Dumbledore's thumb, or are your loyalties that fickle? Which one is it, Wormtail?" Chapter 209, Nevermore. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. "I wonder, have you always been under Dumbledore's thumb, or are your loyalties that fickle? What is it, Wormtail?" For the first time in the encounter, the impostor's formerly smug face turned into shock. How? Daphne would have noticed someone following her. It had to be something that no one else would pick up, that the wards wouldn't even recognize as a person. "So, you couldn't be invisible, and you didn't come from the top. Dumbledore put some extra wards to stop people from being smartass and go over the walls." The only method I could see happening is by just being recognized as something mundane from the wards. I was curious about animagi once and they need separate detection charms, so that was probably the way you snuck in. I know the list of every registered animagi and none of them are small enough to be dismissed by hand. That left unregistered ones and there could be a lot of them. From the expression on your face, you feel proud of getting one over me. No, you feel vindicated in some way. This means that you recognized me, more than that, you are familiar with me intimately. From the tremor in your hand, you're nervous. You're sweating, so you're feeling regretful and ashamed for some reason, a paradox of your actions. The impostor flinched imperceptibly whenever Harry made a correct guess. Now, which animagus would have so many complicated feelings about me? Then I remembered, weren't the marauders animagi? The only one with a form enough to sneak into the maze would have been Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail, a previous member of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, which matches up with the fact that you're under the headmaster's orders. After giving the man a disdainful look, Harry continued, I have to say that you're looking rather spry for a dead man, Pettigrew. My guess is that you somehow got out of Godric's Hollow. Or maybe you were never there, and Dumbledore just urged you to stay hidden when you came to him. There are many uses for animagi with a common form as yours after all. You're clever. Just like Lily. Just like James. But you're not clever now, are you? Harry sneered, I could kill you with a wave of my hand. But you're not going to. You see, I didn't come here to kill you. I was never the fighting kind and Dumbledore would have sent someone a bit more martially inclined to go after you. Which is why, instead of violence, I'm going to give you a choice. Pettigrew then slowly walked forward and put some kind of golden disc, filled with glowing runes that Harry didn't recognize, and raised it towards Harry. What is that? Harry asked. I have no idea. This was Dumbledore's penance for me, for joining the Dark Lord. He found me a couple of years after the fire of Godric's Hollow. It was a surprise visit to the Weasleys, and he recognized my form. He promised to let me go, to set me free if I do this. I'm sorry, I might not have been resentful of James and scared shitless of Lily, but you're not them. He bound me to this artifact and told me to bind it to you to escape its judgment. So, instead of fighting you, as I said, I'm going to give you a choice. At any time, this thing will activate. I have no idea what it is going to do, but it will definitely screw with my concentration, and that will definitely kill your friend here. Take it off me. Allow it to bind you and I'll let her go, just like that. How am I supposed to trust you? The impostor snorted, Potter, I'm a dead man walking. I literally have nothing to lose. I have no home, no family, no gold, nothing. I wouldn't blink an eye if I killed you and her just to save my hide. But I'm not a monster. The girl did nothing wrong. If you save me, I have no reason to not keep my word. Harry gave him a dubious look, you're asking me to trust the words of a traitor and a coward. Pettigrew responded by opening the pocket and revealing a piece of parchment brimming with magic. This was very hard to find. Geese paper is very rare nowadays, especially now that it's been banned. Pettigrew cut his palm and made blood drip on the paper, which started to physically glow. Mark me now with thine own ears and witness this solemn vow I inscribe, Pettigrew began, with Ron Weasley's voice taking on an uncharacteristic gravity, hearken unto my oath, scribed in blood and sealed by magic most binding. By the powers that govern us, by the unseen threads that bind our fates, I, Peter Pettigrew, do solemnly swear, should Harry Potter accept upon himself the binding of yon accursed disc, then shall I, with no delay or deceit, release Daphne Greengrass from her unjust captivity and see to her well-being outside this labyrinth. Let this be my unbreakable bond, my word given in blood, witnessed by forces both seen and unseen. As stars do hold their course, steadfast in the firmament, so too shall my promise hold true. Should I falter, should I break this sacred trust, then let my own magic forsake me, let my fate be cast to the winds, scorned and accursed for all time? This I swear, with blood as my witness, where lies and deceit hold no sway. The blood from the rat animagus palm seeped into the parchment, causing the ancient runes inscribed upon it to flare. The magic seeped from the parchment and chained themselves to Pettigrew's magic. Happy now? The man uttered mockingly. Harry gave him a sour look. Fine. He recognized a Celtic D's when he saw one. He just didn't think anyone would be insane enough to bind themselves to one. Pettigrew must be really desperate to rely on that. Harry slowly grasped the artifact and felt its ownership accepting him and letting go of Pettigrew. With a sneer, Harry yelled at him, "Let her go now." The rat animagus looked oddly regretful, and with a wave of his wand, the necklace fell to the floor and Daphne's eyes stopped looking glassy. "Harry? What's going on?" "Nothing. You just had a bad time in the maze. You're going to be fine, now." "I don't understand." Harry smiled at her gently, "I don't either. But I just wanted you to know. I wanted you to know that your friendship was the best thing that happened to me. I would have probably been some quiet guy in the background, doing his best to ignore everything around him. You have saved me in ways you couldn't have possibly imagined. You made me learn how to live, and for that, I will always be grateful." "You're not making any sense, Harry." "That's because I don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot that I want to say, but I just can't find the words. Imagine me, of all people, not knowing what to say. I guess, at the end of the day, I just wanted to thank you, and tell you that you are brilliant, Daphne Greengrass, absolutely brilliant." Before she could say anything, Harry nodded towards Pettigrew who, with a wave of his wand, made the ground swallow the blonde. Harry felt his friend's Melody appear outside the maze and relaxed slightly. He turned towards Pettigrew, his eyes turned to blazing orbs. "I still should kill you, right now. You're not a murderer, Harry. And I am sorry, Harry, truly. I didn't want to. Don't pretend like you wouldn't have killed your own parents in cold blood just to stay safe. You're a coward. You've always been a coward. Whatever regret you feel is meaningless to both me and you." The rat animagus looked down in shame. "I had no choice." "We always have a choice, Wormtail. You just never considered one where you could endanger yourself." "I'm sorry, Harry, I truly am." The last Potter ignored his pathetic mutterings and said, "You know, the only reason you're still alive is for one simple reason. It's not something as silly as compassion, or as worthless as some kind of loyalty for being my parents' friend once. It's not even because I'm afraid of becoming a killer. No, it's because, at the end of the day, you still lost, and I can take consolation in that." "How did I lose? I am free for the first time in over a decade." "Are you? Do you know why making a Celtic guise is illegal in Europe? I never pegged you as the studying part. You probably realized that it was the quickest way to make a binding vow, but you never considered why that was a bad thing. You never noticed how much a few words could change everything. You probably had an oath memorized. Now think back on what you said." "No." The rat animagus with a look of horrified realization on his face. "But yes. You swore to see to Daphne's well-being, not to see her safely returned outside the maze. It's funny how a simple invisible and seemingly harmless compulsion charm could mess with so many plans. You bound yourself to Daphne Greengrass. Any time she would be unhappy, your guise will hurt you. Every time she is so much as unhappy, you will be bound to do your best to save her. And that's the best part, you didn't even put a limit to any kind of well-being or a time limit, so you will never be able to do anything to her or her family as long as you remain alive. And that's more productive than just killing you, isn't it? Her sister has a blood curse that no one has been able to cure for centuries, and if she died, Daphne would be in so much pain. I can only imagine what your guise will put you through, then. You didn't think I would let you get away with torturing my best friend, did you?" "No." Harry shrugged and banished the rat animagus away, pinning him to the stone walls. The form of Ron Weasley started to morph away, revealing the cowardly man that hid beneath. "You see, you didn't think beyond the artifact. This thing," Harry held the golden disc up, "is too complicated of an artifact to just kill me. I have no idea what it does. I can't even tell what it is, but the old man was always fond of saying that there were things far worse than death. I will beat this thing and escape it, that I promise you. And when I do, I strongly advise you to keep out of my way. You'll find that this world is a very small place when I'm angry with you." With another flick of his wand, the wall parted away as if it was a liquid and Pettigrew was thrown to the other side. The wall closed a second later, leaving Harry alone in the chamber. He could feel the magic of the golden disc grow exponentially, as if ready to cast a spell, and he knew that whatever it was supposed to do would happen soon. He took a deep breath and tried to find a way to reverse the process, but no magic seemed to affect it at all. He tried to resist as best he could, delay the inevitable, but that was it, a small delay. Damn it! Seeing no way out, the last Potter took a deep breath and murmured to himself, it was bound to happen sometime, losing. I was getting a little reckless, to be fair. I wonder if this is it, the end of my story. Now, that would be anticlimactic. All of my adventures, preparations, being useless because of a meddling old man and a cowardly rat. It's not fair. It's not fair. He yelled before kneeling down, I could have done so much more, been so much more. But this is what I get. My reward. The last Potter. What a joke. I know you can listen to this, Dumbledore. It's how you knew how to activate the artifact when Pettigrew gave it to me. So, let me tell you, I will counter this artifact. I will fight for every moment. You know what I'm capable of, Albus Dumbledore. The disc started glowing heavily, but Harry did his best to resist it. I will personally shine a light on everything you've ever done. Your relationship with Grindelwald, the plans you made together, everything. I will rain hell on you until you take your last breath. I will end you and everything you love, everything you've ever cared about will be gone one by one until you remain, a pathetic old man who thought he was above the rest of the world. I will come after you, and I will never ever stop. It was getting harder to resist, but Harry still held on, that is my promise to you, Albus Dumbledore. And just like that, the artifact finally overpowered him, and everything turned white. Chapter 210, Tentative Allies. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Neville looked around and saw the entire room fracture as if it were glass, leaving a stone chamber in its stead. He turned and tried to look at his rescuer, only to freeze when he recognized him, Warrington. The older boy's eyes visibly widened as he reached down to him, Longbottom. Well, isn't that a surprise? What's going on? The younger boy muttered to himself as he grasped the Slytherin's hand and pulled himself up. Oh, nothing. I just heard screaming and ran towards it. You're the first person I've seen since I entered the maze. I think they used a lot of expansion charm, there are hundreds of us in here. Did you see anyone? Neville shook his head, no. But if the challenges are like the ones I faced, I don't think a lot of third and fourth years are still in the maze. The runic puzzle was touch, but whatever you saved me from was the worst. Both boys walked side by side outside the chamber, that was nebulophobium. It's some kind of thick, swirling fog that taps into the deepest fears of those within it. The fog itself can shift, even become corporeal after it sucks enough magic out of the victim. Adding in the fact that the spell can layer illusions on top of the fog, and it can enhance the fear its victim feels, it's a very nasty spell. I only know about it because of an extracurricular assignment I made for Lupin. I never thought I'd see it for real. The former Longbottom scion shook his head, thanks for helping me, by the way. I don't think I would have been able to keep up for long. It's a cruel spell. I didn't even recognize you when I stopped it. And even if I did, I would have done the same. Really? Even after what I've done to you? Neville asked with a hesitating tone. Of course, I would have. Look about the duel thing. The former Longbottom scion protested, look, I know I messed up. Words cannot express just how sorry I am about what happened. I won't try to explain myself, but there was something wrong with me. Like some kind of mental effect that made me very quick to anger and violence. I was getting frustrated during the duel and then things really got out of hand. But it's gone now, I went to healers and everything. I know this doesn't make up for what I've done to you, or the fact that you almost died at my hands. The older boy just didn't let him continue and raised his hand, but nothing. Look, what you did was horrible, especially since my little sister was in the stands, but I don't care. What's done is done. It was odd, to say the least. Looking back at his actions since his crest was unlocked, his duel with Warrington was one of the events he regretted the most. It was obvious that the older boy was the better dueler, and he should have won. But Neville Scar thought differently. It kept pushing and pushing, channeling his frustration and turning it into rage, giving him ideas, spells, and tactics that would make him win, no matter the cost. He had almost killed someone. It was hard to explain the horror he felt afterwards. And yet Warrington was just waving the whole thing off as if it was nothing. Neville, even without his scar yelling at him, even with his newfound clarity, wouldn't have forgiven someone who would have tried to kill him. And yet, he couldn't help but feel hopeful at the thought of forgiveness, at the thought of the weight being lifted off his shoulders. You're letting it go just like that? You almost died. Yes, I have. But I didn't. Your grandmother went to speak with me after the fact. She paid me a small fortune just to not press any charges. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on doing it anyway. Still, I signed the paperwork and everything. My family was really struggling for gold. We were even thinking about selling our family home just to pay for my sister's school. I have been working my ass off every single day for years to make sure that doesn't happen. I was under so much pressure. Your grandmother's gold saved my family. I don't have it in me to be angry at you if the end result was my sister's happiness. All it cost me was a scar, in the end. Neville couldn't help but stiffen when he realized just how much his grandmother saved him in this crisis. The idea of legal issues just didn't enter his mind. He was just so absorbed with the idea of losing his family crest that he never considered it. Still, even if he still felt guilty about it, Neville couldn't help but feel relieved. This was the best possible outcome for this mess he had put himself in. He took a deep sigh. Still, I wanted to say that I'm sorry. The older boy waved him off. Don't worry about it. Say, since we're the only ones here, do you feel like partnering up? Really? Neville didn't even try to contain his incredulous tone. You want to partner up with the guy that almost killed you? Will you stop saying that? Warrington exclaimed. Look, I know you feel bad and everything. But I think we would be valuable to each other in this place. We could have each other's backs and get through this very quickly. No, there's something more to it, the former Longbottom replied with a certainty he didn't know he had. Fine. Look, I'm good and I know I'm very good for a wizard my age. But I don't think I'm better than all those 7th years and I need the extra grades for my owls. I need all the help I can get. Consider it payback for the whole dueling mess. If you help me, I'll consider us even. Something still tickled Neville's instincts but he did owe Warrington for what he did, that's not even mentioning helping him with that cursed fog. Still, he felt like something wasn't right. Maybe it was because he wanted to win the task too, hoping that it would somehow make things better, that it would help him, now that the Longbottom family was no longer behind him. No, he would have lost in the previous challenge anyway. Warrington was the only reason he was still in the task anyway. Helping him win was just his way of paying him back. He owed him that much, at least. And it wouldn't hurt for the wizarding world to see him selflessly help Warrington. Fine. I'm in. Great. Now, we just need to figure out where the next challenge is. Neville cast his locator spell once more and pointed at the middle of the circle. It's that way. You're sure about that? Yeah, I put an anchor at every corner of the maze to calculate my relative position in here. The Slytherin looked impressed. Really? How did you take the expansion charms into consideration? It measures the location over the maze, where the charms don't affect the readings. We're like halfway in. Brilliant. What are we waiting for? Let's go. The older boy exclaimed and ran towards the next challenge. Warrington was surprisingly upbeat as they walked towards their next challenge. They didn't need to wait for long as the path soon led them to an imposing stone door, adorned with intricate arithmancy formulas that surrounded 4 large circles arranged in a cross shape. Neville, who hadn't taken arithmancy, looked puzzled at the complex symbols, but Warrington's eyes lit up with recognition. These formulas, Warrington murmured, tracing his finger over the edged symbols, they represent the classical elements, fire, water, earth, and wind. His knowledge of arithmancy, a subject he excelled in, came to the forefront as he deciphered the patterns. He wouldn't admit it, but Neville was impressed by the older boy's knowledge. He definitely would have been stuck since he had never taken arithmancy as a class, so, we need to cast a spell of each element on the corresponding circle to open the door. Exactly, Warrington replied with a nod. It's a test of knowledge and magical prowess. No wonder the headmaster said that the maze was a test of the mind. Together, they approached the door. Neville took the circle representing fire. He concentrated and then cast a controlled burst of flame, incendio. The circle glowed briefly in response. Warrington took the water circle. With a fluid motion, he conjured a jet of water, aguamenti. The circle shimmered as if touched by a gentle rain. Neville moved to the earth circle, remembering a charm that he used when taking care of his. He conjured a small growth of plants, the tendrils and leaves brushing against the stone, herbivicus. The circle pulsed with a green light, as if infused with life. Finally, Warrington faced the wind circle. He waved his wand in a complex pattern, summoning a gust of air that whirled around the circle, ventus. The circle emitted a soft, whistling sound, completing the quartet. As the last spell was cast, the stone door rumbled and slowly began to open, revealing the path forward. Neville and Warrington exchanged a look. You're very good at this, Warrington. I've always been fond of arithmancy. I thought about being a curse breaker or a spell crafter. They made enough gold to get me interested, but I guess I grew to like it. Neville just nodded, not knowing what to say, and just cast a wand to illuminate what was on the other side of the door. He gaped at the sight in front of him and heard Warrington gasp behind him. The door swung open to reveal a vast expanse of a library, a grand spectacle of knowledge that seemed almost rivaling the famed library of Hogwarts. Towering shelves, reaching almost to the ceiling, were lined with countless books of every size and color. The air was filled with the musty scent of old parchment and leather, and the gentle rustling of pages seemed to whisper secrets of ancient magic. Ladders on rails and intricate walkways connected the various levels, creating a labyrinth of literary treasure. Neville's eyes widened in awe at the sight. Rows upon rows of books stretched as far as the eye could see, with ornate chandeliers casting a warm, inviting glow over the entire scene. The sheer magnitude of the library was breathtaking. Warrington, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and strode towards the nearest shelf. He reached out to grab a tome, his fingers brushing against the spine, but to his astonishment, his hand passed right through it. "It's an illusion," he muttered, a hint of frustration in his voice, "nothing in here is real." The older boy walked to the other side of the room and found a rectangular hole in the wall. He turned and scanned the room, his eyes sharp and analytical, searching for clues amidst the sea of illusory books. "The real book we need must be hidden somewhere within this illusion," Warrington theorized. Meanwhile, Neville, rather than joining in the search for clues, began to etch something onto the ground with his wand. Warrington, seeing this, started to protest, but then he noticed the pattern taking shape. It was a runic array, the lines and symbols expertly drawn. "What are you doing?" Warrington asked, curiosity piqued. "Harry taught me," Neville replied, focused on his task. "In our rune sessions, he mentioned that large-scale illusions often work by bending light. He also told me that any sudden change in lightning might destabilize it for a few seconds until the spell adapts to the new condition." Neville activated the runes with a pulse of magic, and a giant pulse of light like an overpowered lighting charm. And just like that, the grand illusion of the library began to unravel, the books fading away to reveal the bare walls behind them. In the wake of the dispelled illusion, Neville spotted a book that remained solid and tangible. It was roughly the same size as the rectangular hole they had seen in the wall. He picked it up, feeling the weight of real parchment and leather in his hands, and approached the door. Carefully, he slid the book into the hole. It fitted perfectly, like a puzzle piece completing a picture. As the book settled into place, the wall began to meld into it, the edges blurring and merging. Invisible runes, previously hidden, started to glow with soft light, and the wall opened like a hidden door, which swung over, allowing them to go through. Warrington gave Neville an impressed look. "Not bad, Longbottom." "Not bad." Neville simply answered with a grin, "Well, I had to pull my weight somehow." He tried using his locator spell once more only to gasp at the results. The older boy looked at him with a concerned expression. "What is it?" "I think the library was a shortcut or something. We're almost at the middle of the maze." "Are you sure your spell is just not malfunctioning?" The younger boy furrowed his eyebrows. "It shouldn't." Neville slowly walked forward, his wand drawn, only to freeze as he saw what was ahead. The tournament cup was gleaming on a plinth 100 yards away. Before he could even register it, he started running towards his prize. The trophy symbolized all his dreams, all his opportunities, all his hopes. However, he stopped himself when he was just a few feet away from the trophy. What was he doing? Was he really prepared to betray Warrington, who had saved him from that cursed fog, the boy he had failed in so many ways? The answer was evident. No, he wasn't. Neville might not be a Longbottom anymore, but what kind of person was he going to be, if he betrayed everyone around him for an ounce of glory? He heard Warrington coming behind him. "You didn't take it." "No. I promised you that I wouldn't." The older boy sounded pensive. "You know, I fully expected you to do it, to betray me." "I know. You're supposed to be this arrogant ass, you know. Who would have thought that you would be so noble? You're making this a lot harder than I thought it would be." Neville didn't really understand what the older boy was saying. "I don't understand." "I'm sorry, Longbottom. But I can't let them hurt my sister." Before he could say anything, Warrington sent him flying back towards the trophy. The moment he touched him, Neville felt a jerk somewhere behind his navel and the maze disappeared from his sight. Chapter 211, Turbulent Times. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Victory was near. He could almost taste it. It was all coming together brilliantly. Even he hadn't expected things to just align themselves so perfectly when he devised the tournament months previously. He had his doubts, especially with the Potter boy being a thorn in his side, but by the end of the day, everything should be on track for his dream to become reality in Britain in a few years, and soon after, the entirety of Europe. Who would have thought that a school tournament would be so important that it could change the course of history? And the best part, no one would even realize it. No one would imagine that this would be his crowning moment. This was him realizing his goal, completely independent of the light that governed his life. The creation of a truly peaceful magical world, where children would grow up without the shadows of war, learning magic as the wonderful force it was. This was his crowning moment. The income from the tickets made up for the materials he had used to build a new prison that he had dubbed Treacherous, after Greek mythology. For all the scandals and losing his position as the supreme mugwump, and with it a lot of influence over the European political scene, this prison more than made up for it. The moment Tartarus became the official magical prison in Britain and the inmates were finally transferred, Albus became untouchable. Albus could turn the entire country on its head with barely a thought, and with the way Cornelius blew a lot of gold trying to quickly capture the Azkaban escapees by hiring mercenaries and hit wizards, the ministry finances couldn't afford another large undertaking for years. The man really was a far better peace minister than a wartime one. He panicked very quickly and was more worried about his investments in the Quidditch World Cup and the European tournament, which wouldn't really pay off for a few years. It wasn't really his fault. Cornelius' reforms would help the economy grow through international trade. It was the best way to move on from the civil war that Voldemort started, but that was a long-term project, which he probably wants to outline in his re-election campaign. But that wouldn't matter anyway. Today was the day Albus took his first step in destroying the last traces of ancient and unpredictable magic in magical Britain, something that even the light seemed to approve of. His journey that started the day his sister perished all those years ago, was coming to a close, and he couldn't help but have a smile on his face ever since the day began. The destruction of his relationship with Grindelwald, his brother's hatred, his decades of manipulation, his years of slowly making magical experimentation fade out of society, and even destabilizing the country with a Dark Lord, in a civil war that he used to strategically eliminate people that would have eliminated him. After all, no one really paid attention to a few deaths here and there, when there were guerrilla attacks happening every day. And this was it. The beginning of the end. The Potter boy was the first sacrifice for his end goal. His fate was a tragic one, even for Albus. The boy might have been a nuisance and a very intelligent wizard, but he lacked perspective and wisdom. He would have been an opponent of the making, and as much as it pained Albus to see such a promising wizard disappear, he made sure that the boy's life wouldn't be in vain. In a way, it was Flamel who had doomed the boy as much as Albus did. He could have made do with the Philosopher's Stone, but the famed alchemist just had to hide it from him. He spent years looking for it, trying to decipher any clues in Nicholas' notes, but he gave up and ended up using one of the few artifacts remaining from those loathsome fae. As much as it pained him to use such an artifact, it was his best choice, and the Potter boy was just too enticing of a victim. And no one would really miss the boy. Outside of Arcturus Black, and those three friends of his, no one really cared about Harry Potter, and that made him the perfect target. Albus watched from the stands, suppressing the urge to smile smugly, as the unconscious body of Harry Potter was being levitated to the infirmary. The crowd didn't even notice anything wrong, he was just one of the many lightly injured students who were eliminated from the maze. Alastair grunted next to him, "So, I'm assuming this is your work. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're referencing." Young Harry's elimination was such a sad thing. Everyone had him as the underdog and expected him to somehow stumble into a victory. The former Auror's response was a snort. He probably thought that Albus arranged for him to be eliminated. He didn't see the full picture. No one did. They didn't realize that this was not Harry Potter being fretted over by Madame Pomfrey. The idea was simple: replace the boy's feed with that of one of his agents so that no one would notice his disappearance, and have him suffer a magical accident in one of the challenges. It was just so easy with Polyjuice, and Dumbledore had even used alchemy to make his agent have his appearance permanently. Then all it took was a spell misfire in the maze to eliminate him, and then not waking up due to a surprising case of dragonpox. It seemed like Arcturus Black did not check if his ward was up to date with his immunity potion. Albus had personally checked up on it and found no trace of them. All the detection charms would say that the boy suffered from the disease, and a very quickly progressing one, considering how far along it was. Someone would even suggest that there had to have been some kind of magical interaction to accelerate its progression so much. And those detection charms would be correct because the man wearing Harry Potter's skin was dying from the disease. He accepted Albus' deal in exchange for a nice sum of gold for his children, and a guarantee that they would have fruitful careers. In the end, the boy would remain unconscious in St. Mungo's until he inevitably perishes. As far as the world would have been concerned, it would have been the end of the Potter family. No one would know the truth about the boy's fate, and that suited him perfectly. Still, the small speech that the Potter brat said as he was being bound to the artifact made him shudder. There was conviction in the promise of escaping and hunting down Dumbledore. So much so, that the headmaster almost believed it for a fraction of a second. It was utter nonsense, of course. The artifact's power was known to be absolute. The Fae did not mess around with magical items. He shook his head, ignoring the brat's words and promises of ruin. The Potter brat was gone, and that was one loose end gone, nothing more. With that done, Albus decided to switch to his next objective, Neville Longbottom. The boy had strangely grown since the mess that was his dueling match. He was fairly sure that someone had hexed the boy or something, achieving a similar result. The boy might be a little reckless, but he wasn't stupid enough to cast dark magic in front of thousands of people. It took more than a few bribes to the correct people for things to not blow up. The fact that the Warrington boy didn't press any charges stopped things from progressing from an official standpoint, but public opinion regarding the boy who lived was at an all-time low. Thankfully, Augusta Longbottom pulled her weight and stopped things from escalating too much and took young Neville out of school for a few weeks. When Neville came back, he was more subdued, noticeably calmer, and stopped visibly craving for the approval of others. This didn't suit Albus' plans at all, but he had time to mold the boy to the fate he wished for. Whatever the Longbottom matriarch did to young Neville obviously worked wonders, since the boy partnered up with Cassius Warrington instead of attacking him, and even publicly apologized for what he did. Albus could have done without the older boy revealing that Augusta paid him and his family off, but the obvious camaraderie between the two students made people's opinions of the boy who lived soar. The fact that young Neville promised to not win the task as repayment for the older boy saving him in the nightmare room helped matters a lot. All in all, the artifact was ready for his plan, the Potter boy was gone, Neville's reputation was finally starting to get a little better, and he had ended up with a fortune from the ticket sales. Talk about hitting 4 birds with 1 stone. Deciding to get the whole event over with, Albus controlled the maze to shift in a way that the Longbottom and Warrington duo would have access to his shortcut towards the trophy. They solved the puzzle surprisingly quickly, and the moment they arrived near the trophy, Albus got up and walked out of the stands towards where the inevitable champion was going to appear. All that remained was for Albus to announce the winner, retrieve the artifact, and silence Pettigrew. His final plan will be ready by the time the official award ceremony is ready. It would be more than enough time to get the artifact and make some final preparations. He could get rid of Pettigrew later. The rat animagus didn't know that Albus had tracking charms on him. Even if he had gotten rid of it, the headmaster had a vial of his blood that he could use as an anchor to a blood-tracking spell. Thankfully, Wormtail was extremely predictable. Cowards often were. For all the rat animagus wanted to believe that he had betrayed Albus and gotten one over him, the headmaster had already known about his defection and his plan of betraying the Potters. He didn't do anything since he had known from Severus that Lord Voldemort was planning on attacking the Longbottoms, which was where Albus laid his trap for Voldemort. However, Albus was growing suspicious of Lily Potter's behavior during the war. The girl was obviously not buying into his philosophy but was forcing herself to pretend that she did. The headmaster had sacrificed too much for his dream to flourish. What he had done to Gellert alone was more than enough proof of it. Because when Albus defeated his rival, he did not just imprison him, he knew that nothing would hold a dark champion, let alone one of Gellert's talents, for very long. Instead, Albus had bound Gellert's very soul, his essence to Nurmengard. It had worked because, in a way, the Dark Lord considered this fortress to be his home, he had built it with his 2 hands, and poured some of his blood, magic, and even a little of his soul into it. The light had helped immensely with the ritual. Not only did this trap Gellert in the fortress, but it stopped him from dying and allowed a new dark champion to rise. The entire fortress acted like a bastardized phylactery, a trap using Gellert's own soul. This was a fate worse than death. But it was a necessary one. The light had promised him that this would be the first step towards achieving his ultimate goal, and so far, it did not steer him wrong. Now that he was a little wiser and a little more experienced, he could have found other ways of doing so. He understood that the light had pushed him in a way to cripple the dark. He was manipulated but not lied to. He learned to recognize the difference between the two over decades of life. When to resist the light and when to follow its advice. It was a lesson that served him well, even now. This was also why he refused to risk having people like Lily Potter in Britain. The troublemakers, the revolutionaries, they were no longer welcome in his new world. He would not allow it. He had sacrificed everything he held dear for his dream. And in an hour at most, magical Britain would never be the same again. Albus had finally reached the end of the stands. Neville stopped himself from taking the trophy and offered it to Cassius as he promised. It was the perfect ending to a perfect task. Everything was so close. Until it wasn't. Until Cassius Warrington banished Neville into the trophy and the porte-clés did not take him to the stands like it should have. The crowd waited for almost half a minute, hoping for him to finally appear. Dumbledore was about to frantically start tracking where Neville was but froze when a familiar voice spoke up from behind him. "Hello, Albus. Did you miss me?" The headmaster paled as he turned and saw the recognizable face of the man whom he had doomed to a fate worse than death, the man who secured his ascension, the man whom he once loved, Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 212, A War of Words. May 1, 1994, unknown place. Before he could say anything, Warrington sent him flying back towards the trophy. The moment he touched him, Neville felt a jerk somewhere behind his navel and the maze disappeared from his sight. Neville woke up with a headache. With his eyes still closed, he tried to grab his head in a vain hope to relieving the pressure, only for his arms to meet some unexpected resistance. From the faint clinking, he was chained. Wait a minute, why were his hands chained? He suddenly tried to get up, only to be weighed down once more. As Neville's senses began to sharpen, the cold, damp air filled his lungs, bringing him fully to consciousness. The stone floor beneath him was unforgiving, its chill seeping through his robes and into his bones. His heart began to race as panic set in. This was not the familiar comfort of Hogwarts. He was in some kind of cell. Opening his eyes, Neville's vision adjusted to the dim light, revealing the stark, barren walls of his prison. The minimal light that filtered into the cell seemed to struggle against the oppressive darkness, casting long shadows across the room. His attempts to move revealed the harsh metal of manacles around his wrists, chaining him to the wall. A small, barred window high up on one wall offered the only glimpse of the outside world, though it revealed nothing but a sliver of grey sky. As he tried to gather his thoughts, a movement caught his attention. Across from him, barely illuminated by the weak light, was another figure. The man was a pitiful sight, his robes were tattered and filthy, hanging loosely on his emaciated frame. His face was gaunt, with hollow cheeks and skin stretched tight over his bones. The man's grey eyes, though dulled by hardship, flickered with a faint recognition as they met Neville's. There was something eerily familiar about him, a connection Neville couldn't quite place. Memories of a photograph shown to him by his grandmother surfaced, but the name escaped him, lost in the fog of his disoriented mind. His mouth moved before he could even properly think about it. "Who are you?" The man giggled desperately. "You have just been kidnapped, taken into a cell in a mysterious place without your wand, and your first reflex is to ask me who I am. You seem familiar. I suppose I could be. I'm assuming you're the infamous Neville Longbottom. Even after years in this place, isolated from the world, I do know who you are." Neville felt uncomfortable at the realization. "You've been here for years." "I'm assuming it is. A few of the guards are kind enough to tell me the date. The others often lie about it like it's some kind of joke. I've been here for over a decade. I think I was taken a few days after your parents died. You look like them, you know. You practically have Alice's face, but the hair and eyes are all Frank." "Who are you?" the younger wizard asked, frustrated. "My name is Sirius Black. I fought against Death Eaters alongside your parents." Neville's eyes widened in shock. "I know you. You're supposed to be dead. You died in the fire of Godric Hollows. By Merlin, I wish it was. It beats being here. Now that I have you, I have to ask, did they get her, in the end?" No one really gave me an answer. "Get who?" The sound that left Black's throat was more akin to a growl than a word. "Lily. You mean Lily Potter? She died in the fire alongside her husband. How can you not know that? What about Wormtail?" "Who?" Neville asked. "Peter Pettigrew. It was just a nickname we gave him. Dead too, in the fire. They had a plaque for him and everything." Black snorted. "A plaque, for what? Being a coward and a traitor. Neville didn't understand what Black was alluding to. The events of the fire of Godric's Hollows were shrouded in mystery. There were no survivors to tell the tale except for Harry, who was 1 year old at the time. Black was possibly the only person who knew what had happened that day. It probably wasn't a good idea to ask him, though. That night had to be especially traumatic for him. In the end, his curiosity won out. What happened that night? The Black Scion had a far look on his face. I was hanging out with the Potters, playing with baby Harry, my godson. Lily was in her workshop, like always, leaving me and James to take care of him. James felt one of the proximity wards activate. We realized then that Peter betrayed us. We were literally attacked by a small army. There had to be over 50 Death Eaters, who came under the leadership of the Lestranges Rodolphus and Robustan, my cousin Bellatrix, and Barty Crouch Jr. We had thought that we were safe, with Voldemort gone a few days prior, and we let our guards down. Our location was breached, the Fidelius charm having been rendered useless by Peter's betrayal. We fought like hell, but there were only 3 of us and we had a baby to protect. James and I killed Robustan. Lily eradicated a quarter of the attacking forces by herself. But it still wasn't enough. We were losing. Neville was enraptured by the story. How did you win? What do you mean, win? Of course, we didn't win. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and taken by surprise. Lily seemed to realize this and asked us for some time. We assumed that she had a plan, but she just took out baby Harry and used some of her blood to draw runes on him. I thought she was doing something to keep him safe. I wasn't exactly wrong, but not in the way I thought. She then stabbed James in the chest from behind, and that's when the fire started. There was no stopping him. I turned into a dog and ran as fast as I could. I escaped, but when I looked back, I saw nothing but a ruin. Lily destroyed an entire village, killing thousands of people, muggles and mages alike, just to save her son. The only survivors were me and Wormtail, I think. He had turned into a rat and ran away too. I was taken minutes after the fire settled down. The Aurors weren't even there anymore. Holy shit! The words came out of Neville's mouth without him even realizing. Still, there were no better words to describe the situation. He had grown up hearing about the tragedy of Godric's Hollows and how many lives were lost. But to think that all of this devastation was just for Harry's sake. It was mind-boggling. It was fucking insane. He must have said this out loud since the Black Scion barked out a laugh. You're right, that's fucking insane. Thousands of lives for one. I assumed Lily had survived, being the caster and all, but it seems that I was wrong. And you know the worst thing, from what I heard from the guards, Harry is spitting on their sacrifice. How? He's a brilliant student. He's powerful, smart, pretty nice, and understanding. Sure, he's a bit arrogant, but I've spent enough time with him to say that he isn't a bad guy. His cellmate burst into laughter. Seriously? You, of all people, saying that Harry is a good guy. Especially after he has caused you so much grief. What are you talking about? Well, I don't know for sure, but whoever built this place has a very vast information network. I don't know if Harry is working with them or not, but I heard the guards joking around saying that the Potter brat has gotten one over you by convincing everyone, even you, that you were insane. Neville froze. What do you mean insane? Are you talking about the chamber? Because I was just a victim of an illusion. Nah, there was no illusion. Basilisk parts started being sold all over the continent in the past year. One of the guards even bought a fang of all things. You really did kill a basilisk, kid. The brat just convinced you that you were under an illusion to get rich over your own work. He didn't care about your reputation, just more gold. Black's story was making a surprising amount of sense. Neville knew that he wasn't insane, and according to his grandmother, the Potter vault in Gringotts was getting fuller every day. The goblins wouldn't really care about the legality of the trading of forbidden goods. Harry could have very well been getting rich by selling the basilisk Neville slayed. No. Harry wouldn't do that to him. He wouldn't have done something so cruel to him just for some gold. You're lying. Kid, I'm just repeating what I've heard. What possible reason would I have to lie? We're both stuck here and that won't change for a very long time. That seemed to have stunned Neville completely. Black was right. Lying to him didn't achieve anything. He could understand Warrington's motivation, since according to him, whoever kept Neville captive also had his sister. But could Harry have been working for their mysterious jailer as well? Or perhaps, the more important question, the one that mattered the most, was if Harry had done this to him willingly or not. Or perhaps Black was mistaken. All of this was just a lie from the guards who tried to hurt him by saying hurtful things against his best friend's son. However, for all he tried to ignore it, Neville couldn't help but believe that Black's words held a nugget of truth. Maybe it was because it would be easy to have someone to blame his troubles on. But he couldn't do anything while still remaining in this cell. We need to get out of here. Don't bother. Don't you think I would have been out of here if there was a way? How I wish I could escape and kick Snivelius in the teeth. Snivelius. The Black Scion snorted. Ah, that's a nickname we gave for Severus Snape. He's your teacher, right? How anyone would think that putting him near children is in any way a good idea, I don't know. Severus Snape was a git, there was no doubt about it. He was antisocial, and intimidating, and showed a lot of favoritism towards Slytherins and animosity towards Gryffindors. He never smiled and hated Lupin with a passion for some reason. A few people theorized that it was because he wanted to become the defense against the dark arts professor, but they didn't think about killing him. He was strict and knew how to make his words hurt without even trying. But at the end of the day, the man knew his stuff and had no problems teaching it. He wasn't the best professor he had ever had, but he also wasn't the worst, which was pretty sad for the school now that he thought about it. He's not that bad. You're joking, right? You're seriously defending that man. What's the problem with that? Sirius' face turned into an ugly sneer. Severus Snape is the whole reason your parents died. He was a Death Eater then. He heard a prophecy telling him that either you or Harry would have been able to destroy Voldemort. Like a good little monster, he went to his master, happy for the proof. He's the reason why Voldemort even attacked your family, the reason why the Lestranges attacked Godric's Hollow. And after all of this, Dumbledore forgave him and protected him from prosecution. I can't kill Lily and I don't know where Peter is, but if I ever get out of here, I'm going after him first. That little rant froze Neville's thoughts entirely. He has spent hours in a room with the man that had cursed him with the life of an orphan, who had ruined his chances at a normal life. He learned from the man who had indirectly cost him his parents. It was hard to control the rage that he felt, the burning inferno of anger that threatened to let things go. Countless betrayals and stifled emotions just kept piling on, until he had enough. No more. He didn't know why he was silent, trying to stop himself from screaming in anger. He hadn't even calmed down when Black spoke up. You know, I have an idea. You came with a portkey, right? Neville just grunted in response, not trusting his voice. The older man smiled mischievously. Well, did you know that all portkeys are two-way ones? One-way portkeys just don't activate the second part. You could theoretically reactivate this, and it would go through all the wards since it had to be included to get you here. Where is it? I think they keep everything in the basement somewhere. We have a few hours until the magic fades on the portkey. This is the best chance we'll ever get. Neville hummed, what do you need? I need some time to refine whatever wandless magic I taught myself while I'm here. Once we're out of the cell, we'll need to knock out a few guards to get wands. Then we'll need to sneak to the basement and get to the portkey. Seems a little too simple. We could get caught. The older man barked a laugh. What's the worst that could happen? They'll just take us back to our cell. Now, I just need to focus on my wandless magic. It's the only thing I can see going wrong with the plan. It all hinges on if it's going to work. Maybe it was because of the rage he felt or how scared he was from getting a cell, but Neville broke the promise he made to his grandmother. He actively sought out the knowledge in his scar through the corpse of the family crest that he once had. The scar answered quickly like an eager puppy and Neville felt his knowledge of basic wandless unlocking charms grow. With a clink, his chains fell, and Neville looked at his free hands with glee and relished the astonished expression on his cellmate's face. So, what next? Chapter 213, Infernal Garden. May 1, 1994, Unknown Place. I will come after you, and I will never ever stop. It was getting harder to resist, but Harry still held on. That is my promise to you, Albus Dumbledore. And just like that, the artifact finally overpowered him, and everything turned white. Harry regained consciousness with a gasp and realized that he was lying on what seemed to be very hard rocks. His first instinct was to use his arcane hearing, trying to see if there were any threats around, only to flinch as he was overwhelmed by how loud everything was. It was like someone was playing hundreds if not thousands of songs at once while putting everything on the highest volume. Just a second was enough to give him a headache. Groaning in pain, he slowly got up and looked at what was around him. It was just a normal room, not unlike one from Hogwarts, with stone walls and a clear floor. Except for the runes surrounding his feet like a circle. They glowed for a fraction of a second before disappearing entirely. The odd thing was that he didn't recognize them. They were similar to runes on the golden disc Pettigrew bound Harry into, but there was nothing else. The only thing that remained was a large circle around him, with an ellipse going through it. For some reason, when he looked at it, he couldn't help but feel sad and angry. However, he had no idea why he was feeling like this. Harry shook his head, he must have been more out of it than he expected. He looked around and saw that other than the weird circle thing, there was a wooden door on the other side of the room, but he hadn't reached for it yet. He needed to be careful about how he was going to proceed. This was a plan that originated from Dumbledore. Wherever he was, there wouldn't be a place he could easily escape. He wouldn't let someone like Harry go so easily, especially when he knew that he would pay him back for what he had done. With a deep breath, Harry took a step forward and saw that nothing bad happened. It must be relatively safe then. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you think because you held my best friend hostage that I am weak, then you understand very little. I vowed that I would destroy you, Albus Dumbledore. And if there is anyone else that can hear me and be responsible for putting me here, then I advise you to be very, very afraid. I will find you, even if that takes me an eternity, and I will make you pay for what you have done. With that proclamation, Harry opened the door and stepped forward. He found himself in a marble corridor. The architecture was very different than the rooms, even the materials were. Where the room was robust, the corridor was ornate and grandiose. Pillars of pure white marble lined the path, each entwined with shimmering silver vines that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Torches ensconced within the jaws of metallic dragons cast a warm, flickering light that danced across the surfaces, lending the marble an almost translucent quality. The floor was a mosaic of countless small tiles, each one a different shade of blue, from the palest cerulean to the deepest navy. The tiles formed a river of color that flowed down the length of the corridor, guiding Harry's way. Harry approached the window at the corridor's end, the last barrier before the enigmatic double doors. As he peered through the leaded glass, his breath caught in his throat. Beyond the confines of the corridor lay a garden of such splendor that it seemed a fragment of paradise itself had been ensconced within the castle's boundaries. The garden was a canvas of vibrant colors, with flower beds woven together like the threads of a masterful tapestry. Blooms of every hue and shape basked in the sunlight, their petals unfurling in the gentle caress of a warm, honeyed breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of jasmine and rose, mingling with the fresh, green scent of lush grass that rolled out like a plush carpet under the canopies of ancient trees. A lake, clear as crystal, lay nestled at the garden's heart, its surface so still it mirrored the sky above in perfect symmetry. The water caught the light of the sun, breaking it into 1,000 shimmering diamonds that danced upon the waves with each soft ripple. The lake was bordered by weeping willows, their slender branches trailing fingertips across the water's surface. Harry couldn't help but speak out loud, "What is this place? A paradise of some sort? No, it can't be. There would be other people, there would be noise. I can't see any wildlife, just plants. A prison, then? Maybe, but what would be the point? There have to be better prisons to put someone in. The decor definitely doesn't match. So, which is it?" He didn't have a chance to continue as the corridor started to shift. Behind him, the entire corridor started to shift. The door behind him was swallowed away, but the back of the corridor started to constrict itself, slamming down. Harry ran, frantically to the other side, trying to outrun it. He found another door on the other side of the room. He tried to open it, only to find it locked. He growled and waved his wand at it, Alohomora. The wand released some sparkles which fizzled very quickly. Damn it, what was wrong with his magic? The space between the corridor, he needed to think fast. It could barely be considered as a thought, but he was running out of time. Harry saw the window on his right and jumped out of it. Well, that bought him enough time. His wand wasn't working properly, he needed to experiment somehow. Considering the distance estimated while looking out the window, he would fall for 4 to 5 seconds. Well, that's 3 extra seconds of life, that's a plus. Back to his problem, his wand wasn't working. His arcane hearing wasn't either. Everything was too chaotic, too wild, too loud. Wand spells were too fragile. The moment they left, they were snuffed out, saturated by the ambient magic, like a small drop of paint in an ocean. His magic circles should be a lot stronger, but he would need something extra for it to work well enough. An emotional component should do. He needed something strong, something he could easily draw out. What did he feel right now? Fear. He was afraid. With a wave of his hand, Harry conjured a magic circle and enhanced it with all the fear he felt at the thought of dying. The circle materialized for a few seconds, slowing down his fall. Harry grinned to himself until the circle was overwhelmed, and he was sent flying away, into the garden. He must have blacked out from the whole thing, because the next time he opened his eyes, it was dark. A full moon illuminated the clearing he was in, being reflected by the calm lake. Harry got up and picked a few apples. He hadn't eaten anything for almost a day. Again, he spoke up out loud, "You know, whoever designed this place is a genius. You might ask yourselves how I figured it out, but that's easy. They were very good, but all I needed was to look at the sky. I wanted to use them to have an estimate of where I was. Astronomy is cool like that. I never expected that there weren't any stars in the first place. I definitely recognized some kind of space manipulation when the disk took me, so the question remains, where did you take me?" He didn't know why he kept talking to himself out loud. Everything was just too quiet, too perfect, and he wanted to ruin it somehow? Or maybe it was because the silence unsettled him. He walked slowly outwards, making sure to not fall into any traps that might be there. He kept walking until the sun rose and froze when he reached the end of the grounds. Harry knew that it was the end because there was literally nothing. When he looked out of the boundary, all that remained was a giant void. There was no ground beneath, only a chasm of unfathomable depth that seemed to swallow all light and sound. Above him, the sky stretched into infinity, a vast expanse of azure that held neither cloud nor bird, a stark ceiling to this floating fragment of earth. He was alone on an island with no other place in sight, no way to determine his location and no way to return. He was trapped. Harry couldn't help but kneel in rage and desperation. "So, this is a prison?" "No, it is something more. I can feel it in my gut. You might think you are clever for trapping me here, but I will get out of here." As if someone had heard him, the boundary of the island started to tremble. Harry instinctively walked back as the outer parts of the ground detached themselves from the island and fell into the abyss below it. It seemed like it was going to keep falling, but the entire thing stopped just a yard in, making the island's radius 1 yard smaller. He didn't know how long he stood there, watching the abyss, until his stomach grumbled once more. Harry walked back, deciding that he wouldn't be able to focus without getting a bite to eat first. With an apple in hand, Harry decided to search the castle once more. He froze when he saw it. It shifted. The entire castle shifted. It must be connected to the ground falling. Does it happen at the same time? Curious, he entered the castle once more, following the corridor. There was writing on the wall, writing that he just did not understand, but it was pretty similar to the runes he had seen earlier. The architecture changed entirely with each room. This whole place was like a puzzle of old civilizations. But the corridor and the outside remained the same, like pieces of frozen time. Whoever had made this place didn't need to go through so much trouble. Or maybe, they had to. Considering just how perfect everything is, there were no blemishes, no inaccuracies. Everything was just flawless to an unnatural degree, especially compared to what was inside. The conclusion was very evident: whoever made this place is not human, and I'm not the first person here. This thing is very old, especially considering the signs of old civilizations, like ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks, in the styles of a few rooms. When the sun came down once more, Harry felt the castle shift once more. He ran out of it and watched from the garden as its walls shifted and turned. He walked towards the border once more. He noticed that it had come closer too. "So, I'm on a countdown. 2 yards every day, one at sunrise and another at sunset. The castle shifts with it, to keep me on my toes, to force me to leave it without being crushed. The magic is too dense, conjuration and transfiguration would be dispelled in seconds by the chaotic ambient magic, and alchemy wouldn't work since everything here is artificial. It holds no magical meaning. This is a slow death. Inevitably, the boundary will reach the castle and I will die. Is this supposed to be a torture chamber? Then if it is, then why the comfort? Why put the effort to make the architecture recognizable, to create rooms that seem familiar to the prisoners?" As he expected, the only response he got from his speech was silence. "So, my life is a countdown. I guess, the first step would be to figure out how long I have left." The next few days were filled with experimentation. What was possible? How did this place differ from his home? What kind of magic worked well, and what didn't? How long did he have until the garden fell fully into the void? Getting his answers wasn't hard. The main difference was how ambient magic behaved differently. Its very nature was chaotic and maybe even a little corrosive in high doses. Harry often woke up with his magic circuits burning up from the strain, and he needed to release as much magic as he could to make the pain stop. The ambient magic seemed to smother most magical spells, destabilizing it. Using wands was completely out of the question, but his magical circles seemed to stay longer since they were far more robust. Runes were a lost cause since they got activated randomly because of how thick the ambient magic was. Harry also realized something else. Magic was how everything worked around here. The more magic he used, the slower the boundary got removed. If he didn't use any magic, the radius of the island became 2 yards shorter. The goal of the island became very clear soon after. I know what this is. It's not just a prison. It's a battery. This place is filled with chaotic magic. I don't know where it comes from, but it's unusable and very unstable. However, human mages automatically filtered the magic around them in their circuits, turning it into usable energy. That's what I'm here for, right? Well, I refuse. I will not be your cattle. I will get out of this place, and when I'm done, I will make you pay. There was only one thing that didn't make sense. This entire process was too inefficient, too inelegant compared to the magic used. If he calculated things correctly, then he had less than 3 months until he would eventually fall into the void. 3 months of filtered magic wasn't really worth the effort. So, why bother? But that didn't matter. The only thing that remained was finding out how he was going to get out of there. He was stuck there without a wand and without his arcane hearing. He only had his magic circles to work with, and even then, they weren't as effective because of the ambient magic. Harry walked around the corridor, moving into the castle hoping to get any sort of insight into his situation. I'm tired. Why am I tired? I feel exhausted all the time, from the moment I wake up, to the moment I die. I keep channeling magic, even to just release it, to give myself more time to think. But I can't really do anything when I just feel exhausted and worn out all the time. There's something I'm missing, and I think it's something terrible. He kept walking around until he found himself in the room he arrived in, with the giant carved circle surrounded by an ellipsis. He touched it and felt how smooth it was. It felt different than the rest of the place. He could just tell it was. If there was something Harry learned in this lifetime, it would be to trust his gut. Then suddenly, he felt his crest react the moment he touched it. It was a small tingle, but it was enough. Harry couldn't activate his crest the moment he landed. He thought it might have been the ambient magic, but whatever this circle was, unlocked just a single path, a single spell, one that wasn't completed. Harry felt the knowledge enter his mind and he grinned to himself. This was the basics of a portal, a magic circle far more complex than he ever had before. It also included some more information about time. It was completely raw data, unprocessed. It felt incomplete, like its creator was interrupted in the middle of his work. But it was better from nothing. It was literally the first lead he got to get out of there. In fact, it was a little too specific. The magic circle was designed with the chaotic ambient magic in mind, including an emotional component to anchor the spell entirely. Most of its space manipulation aspect was done. All that remained was the time component and how they connected. Thankfully, there was enough data to keep things going. He needed to start as quickly as possible. He did always his best work when he was under pressure. Every day becoming one more step to his inevitable death was more than enough pressure to get things working. And so, weeks later, when the garden was almost gone, when his magic circles burned with every use, Harry discovered that he was stuck. The time data he had gotten just wasn't enough. Sure, it was groundbreaking stuff, but in this beautiful hellish place, he did not care about academia anymore. Survival was far more important. And now, he was failing. He had tried as much as he could, but he could barely channel magic anymore without screaming in pain. Harry needed more information. He had made some progress in the circle, but not enough. Not even close. This was it, the last day. The last sunrise. He walked back to the room he arrived feeling far more defeated than he ever had before. It's not fair. I'm so close. I know I am. I just don't have the data. I don't have enough. I needed more information. I needed more data. I needed more time. And just like that, everything cleared up. It all fit together like a perfect giant puzzle. This wasn't a circle. It was Saturn, the planet that the Romans named for their equivalent of Kronos, the god of time. In the magical world, though, he was not a god or a titan, but an extremely powerful mage who often punished people by trapping them in loops of time. As the castle trembled and everything started to shake, Harry let out a mocking grin. I was right. What a terrible thing indeed. I wondered why my crest connected to this symbol. I thought it might have been a trap, a way to steal my family legacy. I asked myself how this place could know the exact frequency needed to awaken the knowledge needed. But this has nothing to do with this place, does it? I was the one who put it there, all those years ago. I put enough magic in it to act like a trigger, to cause a reaction of a precise place filled with the exact knowledge I needed. The spell isn't complete because I haven't finished it yet. I just don't remember creating it a very long time ago. Harry burst into laughter, because that's how this place works, doesn't it? You pressure me to be as efficient as possible when filtering magic to halt the advancement, but in the end, my body fails. Everyone has a limit after all. But you don't want that for me, do you? You want me to keep doing it again and again. I don't know how you're doing it, but you're somehow reverting everything back in time. But I'm figuring it out, aren't I? At the end of every loop, I am here, discovering what this place really is. I wait here, to the middle, storing my research in my crest, recharging the magic in the carving of Saturn on the ground, and I wait. The walls started to fall, I wait for everything to end, and just as the loop restarts, I open my arcane hearing and look for the information I need. I imagine it must be agonizing, but I don't need to understand it. I only need to store the song in my crest. I trust that my future self will decipher it during the next loop. It's a shame that I won't remember it. Because time can affect my body and my memories, but it cannot touch my soul. Harry felt something start to affect him again, and opened up his arcane hearing, connecting it directly to his magical crest. His last words before blacking out from the pain were, "Good luck, Harry Potter." And so, Harry kept doing it again and again, each time getting a little closer to escaping. He could never tell how much time he stayed in this hellish garden. His body never aged, his mind never remembered, but he felt just a bit more tired every time, his soul remembered. He kept at it, again and again, always fighting, always delaying the end, until he finally did it. One time, just as the walls were closing in, just as he was about to reset, the spell was completed, and he disappeared from the garden with a giant flash of light. Chapter 214, Historical Recurrence. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. "Hello, Albus. Did you miss me?" The headmaster paled as he turned and saw the recognizable face of the man whom he had doomed to a fate worse than death, the man who secured his ascension, the man whom he once loved, Gellert Grindelwald. This was a face he never expected to see again, a face that haunted his nightmares. His relationship with Gellert was complicated for many reasons. Albus' sister, their dream, their separation, and their friendship turned into rivalry as they interpreted their dream of peace that they had as teenagers together, their greater good. Albus couldn't help but feel a mixture of rage, fear, and hope when he spoke back, "Ah, Gellert. I must say that I am surprised to see you so far away from Nurmengard." "Ah, you mean my prison? Don't worry, you did a good job at binding my soul to it. I have to admit that as punishments go, that was an especially cruel one. Death would have been more merciful. If I did such a good job, you wouldn't be here right now." The true Dark Lord replied with a smirk, "Oh, don't be so sensitive, Albus. Your spell worked magnificently. The energy requirements to undo it were insane. Like, for example, around centuries of backlogged ambient magic surging all at once. Azkaban was your handiwork then. I always did have a fondness for vampires. But I am not here to speak to you about how I escaped, but why I did so. You know, Albus, when you beat me, I was more than happy to let you have your moment. We fought and you won. You deserved your opportunity to achieve your version of the greater good. Now, 50 years later, and I can't help but pity you. Was this truly all you hoped to achieve? You have weakened our species and neutered their magic. But where is your vaunted peace? Where is your promised utopia that you like to rave about? When you look inside yourself, are you proud of what you became?" Albus gritted his teeth and growled, "Where is Neville Longbottom? Ah, your sacrificial lamb, your prophecy child. You often mocked me, the seer, when we were younger. You used to snort at the mere mention of prophecy and yet now you cling to one, hoping to use it to your own ends. Don't look so surprised, Albus. I have been keeping tabs on you for decades. The headmaster did not let Gellert's words bait him and asked once more, where is Neville Longbottom? Safe with a dear friend of mine. Don't worry, he's perfectly fine. I just wanted a way to get your attention. You've become so prickly in your old age. An aura moved forward, trying to grab Gellert. Albus did not have the time to warn him as the moment he touched the Dark Lord, he turned into dust. That's when the screaming started. Thousands of wizards and witches started to run away, scared, while a small minority gripped their wands and pointed them at Albus' former friend. He tried to stop them from doing anything rash, but Gellert beat him to it and yelled out with an enhanced voice, "Silence!" The entire stand quieted suddenly, and the Dark Lord continued, "I don't know if any of you know who I am. Maybe a few old veterans could remember my face, but my name is Gellert Grindelwald." Pandemonium followed, making Gellert wave his wand, producing a loud deafening gong, startling them. "Now, most of you probably think that I want to do something evil or fiendish, and rightly so. But I am not here to fight, I am merely here to talk. Specifically, I am here to talk about Albus Dumbledore." Before he could continue, Elphia's doge ran forward and yelled, "I will not listen to you. Avada Kedavra." Gellert simply swerved to the side and let the spell continue past him until it hit the outer wards of the castle. Albus paled as he felt what happened, cursing the impulsive man. He really should recruit better wizards into his order. Just as he expected, the moment the killing curse touched the wards, the war wards were activated with a loud bang. "Well, my good man, you have just officially screwed yourself and everyone over. You see, when the castle wards detect a killing curse coming from the outside, they immediately move to their highest security, and since our lovely headmaster here has removed the Quidditch pitch from its boundaries to let you people in to watch the task, we're not included in the war wards. We can't leave our unworded bubble. At least without a very real risk of dying. Well, I suppose you are all stuck with me for a while. Now, there's no need to panic. I'm not really here for you. I'm here for Albus. You see, we have a very long history, he and I." "Gellert, there's no need for any of this," Albus protested. "We can deal with whatever you want after all those good people leave." "You mean after you activate your ritual and cripple this nation? Look, I don't mind you manipulating these people using politics. But I draw the line at what you're doing. Do you think I didn't recognize what you were going to do, how you forced the Potter boy, someone whom you failed in many ways, into one of the worst fates imaginable? Dippet told me the moment you took the phase attempt at imitating Solomon's crowning achievement, the Garden of Avalon. An inescapable prison that forces the prisoner to channel magic until they die, and does it again and again until their very soul wears out and bursts from the effort, all in a fraction of a second, leaving the artifact with every ounce of magic that user could channel, all existing at once. You did that to a child because he made fun of you? How petty could you be to do something like that?" Albus immediately understood what Gellert was doing. The Dark Lord was a master orator, he could command an audience's attention like he was born to. After all, during the Great War, he had the ears of half of the wizarding population. The headmaster could not afford to fight the other archmage with so many people around. It was probably why Gellert even revealed himself so publicly. Albus wouldn't have been able to stop him speaking. No one would without suffering grave consequences. Albus did not respond, he did not rise to the bait, and let Gellert continue. "And all of that for what? To power a ritual so heinous, aiming to destroy these people's legacies? How much you have fallen, old friend. I cannot help but pity you." The headmaster froze as he realized that there was a chance that Gellert could reveal things Albus definitely didn't want to be known. Previously, all he had revealed was circumstantial at best. It was information that Albus could deny and claim that it was to attack his character. "That's enough!" Albus yelled, releasing his grip on his magic, and casting a privacy charm around them. "I will not stand here and let you." The Dark Lord interrupted him. "Let me what, exactly? I'm only saying the truth, removing all those masks for everyone to see what you are. They don't even realize what you planned on doing. Nobody would have probably noticed for a long time, but you would have won. Honestly, I wouldn't have gotten involved, out of curiosity and respect more than anything, but I can't afford to have you going through with your plan. With what is coming, I cannot let you an entire nation's family crests." Albus stiffened when his former friend uttered those words. Damn it, Gellert knew what he was planning. It made sense, in a way, he was the one who suggested this idea to Albus when they were younger. Sure, it was just some foolish thoughts that the youngster had, but the plan itself was brilliant. Instead, it attacked just a portion that would create a small bud of itself in their offspring. It was a long-term attack, where children will grow up without their ancestors' legacy, without the harmful knowledge of the past, without any hang-ups to enter their new world. No one would have ever suspected him, nor the tournament for anything, probably blaming some kind of curse or anything similar. He had designed the ritual with the Philosopher's Stone in mind as the power source. Nicholas Flamel, his previous mentor, had created it with the essence of thousands of people, mages and muggles alike. The ritual's reach would have been global and affected every continent and magical nation. After all, family crests were based on the same principles when it came to being passed on. It was just too efficient to be replaced, and knowledge of soul magic became very sparse ever since the Statute of Secrecy was put in place. Albus had planned on using the stone a couple of years back. It was why he had killed Nicholas in the first place. He knew his mentor. He knew that the immortal alchemist wouldn't have let him go through with the ritual, especially at the price of his precious stone. However, Albus did not expect him to hide the stone with his dying breath. This meant that he had to settle with the Garden of Avalon, reducing the range of the ritual to the British Isles only. It was still enough to turn Britain into the utopia he hoped it would inevitably become. He would just need to use the artifact multiple times all over the world to suit his needs. The artifact itself wasn't something as groundbreaking as the Philosopher's Stone, and it was nowhere as powerful. But it was well enough. The Fae tried to replicate Solomon's feat of imprisoning and gaining the power of both light and dark champions in ancient times, by trapping them inside his rings. However, they did not succeed fully. They just created a battery that could hold all the potential magic that anyone could have, not their true power. The dark and the light were more than that. From the legends, they tried to trick Morgana Le Fay into it, only for the Black Witch to reverse the curse somehow and trap the Fae themselves inside it. She later used the power to artificially empower her child, Mordred, to match Arthur Pendragon in might. And yet, Albus couldn't help but mourn as years of planning were wasted. It was a shame. It was just so elegant, though. He was almost there. The only place of problematic knowledge in Britain came solely from family libraries and family crests. Albus was about to eliminate one of them. He would need to think of another way to achieve his dream, probably by using the European tournament as the catalyst. It would need a lot of work though, and Gellert's presence was an unforeseen variable. He would need to get back to the drawing board, especially with Gellert coming back. He could be far more damaging to Albus' plan than anything else could. Still, there was something in his former friend's tone, something that nickled his brain the moment Gellert said it. And what is coming? What made you decide to leave your hole? The world serpent was slain. You knew exactly what that means, don't you? Albus froze in his track. No. It was just a story. Not a story, no. A prophecy. A very old one, for that matter. We're running out of time. Your dream is a beautiful one, Albus. Sure, it was extremely naive, but it was still beautiful. But, right now, we can't afford for you to neuter the magical population further, especially with what's coming. I refuse to give up on my life's work for a children's story, Gellert. For the first time since he saw him, Gellert's face turned angry. It's not a children's story. How blind you have become that you can't even see what's right in front of you. It's coming. You can't deny it. You can't run from it. The first seal was broken, and the world serpent has perished. Ragnarok is coming. We need to be ready, Albus. Or everything we have, everything we are, will be gone, forever. Chapter 215, One Bad Day. May 1, 1994, unknown place. With a clink, his chains fell, and Neville looked at his free hands with glee and relished the astonished expression on his cellmate's face. So, what next? Sirius Black suppressed the urge to cackle as Neville Longbottom followed his lead like a good little duckling. All it took was a sad story and a bit of acting and the boy was putty in his hand. No wonder Lily's spawn was able to manipulate him so easily. It was a shame, though. He was a good kid. His parents were also good people. Frank was strong and honorable, so much so that even James had tried to emulate him. Alice was kind to a fault but had a sharp wit and an even sharper tongue, a real spitfire. Their son might have a big head and a bigger ego, but he was a good kid at heart, one that was slowly maturing into a good young man. It was too bad that good men often suffered at the hands of people like Dumbledore. Sirius motioned towards the right corridor just outside his cell, this way. I remember one of the guards going that way after saying that he forgot something. The boy followed his lead without even asking any other questions. Dumbledore really did raise a good little follower, didn't he? He motioned to the brat to unlock the door while taking cover, and Neville used his wandless magic to open the door once more, not even commenting on the lack of wards in the area. Sirius was about to deal Dumbledore the largest blow to his cause that the old man would ever experience. All he had to do was get the brat to use his magic. Do you mind conjuring some light? I can't see anything. The boy nodded and conjured a ball of light in his palm. So, what are you going to do after we get out of here? I don't know. I never actually considered this eventuality. I've been here for so long. I guess I would want to get custody of Harry and make a good person out of him. One that wouldn't betray his friends, like Peter did to me. Like he did to you. I would keep him out of Dumbledore's clutches. I have a lot of grief with the old man. I don't even know what I'm going to do when I get out of here. The long-bottom brat seemed to glare slightly whenever he mentioned Harry. Damn, Grindelwald was spot on with his information. Whatever form of divination or clairvoyance the Dark Lord had, it was eerily accurate. It was kind of terrifying, to be perfectly honest. Not that Sirius cared. Grindelwald kept his part of the deal. Harry Potter was now out of the picture, trapped in one of the most abominable prisons ever devised. Grindelwald had picked up Sirius at his lowest, as he had lost at the hands of a child of the woman who murdered his best friend. He was barely more than ash and pain. He put him back together and made him a body that looked normal. Even the pain from Lily's hell had lessened. It was still there, yes, but it was in the background, like a faint whisper in the back of his mind. Grindelwald gave him a goal, trained him, and taught him discipline, and how to order his chaotic mind and emotions. He gave him a plan to follow, and it worked. The Potter brat was gone, and now Sirius would serve the Dark Lord loyally to repay him. Choosing to put even more pressure on the boy, Sirius continued, I'll probably end up attacking Snape on sight. He caused me so much pain and suffering. And to hear that Dumbledore had let him teach children. I have no idea what that man was thinking. I suppose that's schemers for you. Schemers? The boy asked. It's what I call people like Dumbledore. They look from the outside, manipulate people like me and you to fight their wars, and take unnecessary risks, for their sakes, but they don't give a damn about us. They'd make it sound so reasonable, like you've fulfilled a higher purpose. You should have seen him during the war. He barely ever got out of the castle. All he did was ask us, his order, to respond to the attacks. Hell, your parents faced Voldemort as much as he did. Although, it was better to say that they ran away from Voldemort. But still, it was far too much risk just to avoid a fight. They had to fight him, though. Sirius couldn't help but release a bitter laugh. They had to? They didn't have to do anything, Neville. I realized that a very long time ago. This entire war was a bad joke. The morals that Dumbledore spouted, his code of nonviolence, were barely more than illusions, dropped at the first sign of trouble. When someone tries to kill you, you fight back with everything you have. It's what's natural. You probably think we were white knights, your parents and me. We weren't. We played dirty and used horrible spells on our enemies. We wouldn't have survived otherwise. Dumbledore says a lot of things that make sense if you don't think too much about it. The boy stayed silent, and Sirius continued, we like to think that we were good men. The truth is that people are only as good as the world allows them to be. And this war made beasts of us all. Sometimes I wonder how many people died just because Dumbledore and Voldemort never wanted to fight directly. Why are you telling me this? To make sure you understand that the world is more complicated than what Dumbledore wants people to see it is. It's a lot more chaotic. If there's something I have learned in my miserable life, it is that the idea of good and evil is a lie, a social construct that people use to make the world spin their way. Death Eaters did not go after Muggleborns because they reveled in cruelty, apart from a few cases that is. They did it because they thought that they saw them as a disease that would endanger their lifestyle. We did not fight Death Eaters, even kill them, because we were monsters, but because we were trying to save lives, because Dumbledore said they were bad men. Every act has its justifications. Good and evil depend entirely on your perspective. And with how much the system is corrupt, when you realize that it does not help you, sometimes you have to ignore what everyone says and do what you really want. That's what matters in the end, doesn't it? What you want. Normally the boy would have realized that he was being manipulated. Sirius was being a little blatant about it, but when the boy kept channeling that scar of his, kept using its power, it was easy to make a few suggestions and watch them take root in his psyche. It was funny to see the boy try to make sense of his thoughts, fighting on two fronts without even realizing it. He was trying to resist the influence of his scar and trying to deny Sirius words and failing miserably at either. Just as they planned, the door at the end of the corridor opened with a slam, and half a dozen masked guards entered the premises, wands barring and sending spells at them. Sirius leapt towards Neville to get him out of the way. He stood there, guarding the boy, as he was peppered with seemingly painful spells. And they were painful, of course, and Sirius would have probably been dead had he been a normal wizard. Alas, he was not. This was barely a sting compared to the agony he felt every day. Instead, he yelled out, "Do something." I. The boy stammered. "Enough of this, boy. Just do anything. I don't know how much of this I can take." Sirius started to scream, and the boy was obviously running out of ideas. "We're both going to die if you don't do anything." And just like that, a spark lit in the boy's eyes. He pushed Sirius back and released giant black flames from his hands. Sirius couldn't help but giggle at the sound of pain and the smell of burning flesh. The boy then fell down on his knees, both emotionally and magically spent, watching with fascination and horror as his enemies fell before him. "I'm a killer." Sirius grabbed the boy's shoulders gently. "So what? I'm a killer, too. And you know what, so were your parents. You youngsters often forget that we fought a war. Everyone on both sides was either a killer or dead. Sometimes, we don't have a choice but to take a life. Do you think you had a choice besides killing them? Look back, was there any other way?" The boy looked pensive. "No, they would have killed us." "Yes, they would have. That's what I'm trying to teach you. That's what I think your parents would have taught you. It's all right to take up a cause, to fight. But your life is precious. Your first priority should be yourself or the people you love. If you have a choice between you and anyone else, always choose yourself." Neville nodded, his eyes hazy. "I think you would have been a good godfather to Harry." Sirius snorted, "I hope so, kid. Now, let's get out of this place. I've been here enough. Too bad you burned their wands though." They walked in silence to the basement and Neville opened the lock wandlessly. Sirius watched as Neville found his wand sitting on a shelf and grabbed it with a smile on his face. "I missed this. What did the portkaya that brought you here look like?" Sirius asked. "A glowing trophy. Ah, there it is." The boy turned towards the trophy, pointing towards the other side of the room. The moment he did, they heard loud voices, "Run! Get to the trophy now!" Before he could do anything, Sirius ran the trophy. He saw one of the attackers point his wand towards Neville and release a green flash. He ran towards the curse in question, taking it just as they were inches away from the trophy. He watched the boy's look of pure agony and hatred as he touched the trophy and was transported back to Hogwarts. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was funny how much a few words can impact anyone. He could only imagine Dumbledore's face as he saw the new and improved boy who lived. Grindelwald really had plans inside plans that were inside another layer of plans. Being a seer must have helped in a way. Sirius grabbed the small golden disc that Grindelwald had given him earlier that contained the Potter brat. He had gotten one of his agents to retrieve it for him. Oh, he didn't care about Harry in any way. He just thought it would have been wasteful to not use the boy's magic in some way. Still, he had let Sirius have the Garden of Avalon until the boy was no more. And according to the Dark Lord's calculations, the boy's soul would burn up sometime in the next few days, depending on his resilience. He wondered if the brat's pain would rival his own. Sirius couldn't help but feel a small thrill of pride and pleasure as he destroyed Lily's legacy so completely. He wondered what she would have felt like to see it happen, the pain in her eyes at her son's suffering. It made him almost wish the woman wasn't dead. Almost. He walked to the main hall of the fortress he was in. It acted as the base of the Dark Lord's agents in Britain. Hundreds of vampires, dozens of mages and werewolves. There were even a couple of giants. A small army, and other than Grindelwald himself, Sirius was in charge. Before he could say anything, he felt the golden disc in his pocket vibrating. Was it supposed to do that? He tried to grab it, but the thing burned him, and he let go of it. The runes started to light up once more and suddenly there was a violent flash of light and a bang. Everyone was thrown back during the explosion. It took a few seconds for Sirius to regain his vision and stand up. However, when he did, he growled in anger, recognizing the person standing where the disc used to be. A ragged and exhausted Harry Potter was standing in the middle of their fortress. I'm back. Chapter 216, Contraction. May 1, 1994, unknown place. Harry felt like shit. His body was sore, he had the worst headache in his life, and his magic circuits were burning like crazy. He hoped that it worked. He had exactly one shot at getting out of the hellish garden and hoped he hadn't scattered himself into oblivion with his portal. Even opening his eyes was straining, but when the white light faded, he saw some kind of building. He saw something different than the garden, and that was far more reassuring than it used to be. He quickly raised his hands and watched them with fascination. He quickly smiled and touched his legs. Great, they were still there. He palmed his eyes, his ears, nose, and chin, and his mouth turned into a large grin. I'm back. The last Potter looked around and grinned as he saw the golden shards of metal scattered around the floor. The artifact, his hell, was officially destroyed. However, when he took a better look at where he was, he stiffened. Hey, and not in a friendly place at that. And wasn't that an understatement? Dozens of wizards and witches were pointing their wands at him. He noticed more than a few vampires ready to attack him at every second, that's not even mentioning the two giants looming over him. He kept turning around until he saw a familiar face, Sirius Black. I didn't expect you to be involved in this. I was pretty sure that it was Dumbledore who put me in this place. The older wizard's face shifted into dozens of different expressions, ranging from incredulous surprise and rage. How did you escape? I was told that leaving the Garden of Avalon was impossible. So that's what it's called. The Garden of Avalon. I supposed it's an apt name. As for how I escaped, I just did my thing. It wasn't easy by any means, but I have to say that it was worth it. Stop being vague and just go on with it. Harry gave the serial killer a cheeky grin. I will if you tell me who put me there. I was pretty sure that it was Dumbledore's doing. But I do know that he wouldn't have willingly given the artifact to someone like you, and you wouldn't willingly work with the old man. Oh, you're insane and everything, but the headmaster had a hand in James' death. You wouldn't work with someone like that. We distracted Dumbledore to stop him from getting the artifact and stole it ourselves. So, you knew that I was going to get captured beforehand. You were planning to use my magic for some reason. Interesting indeed. You're definitely not the mastermind, Black. There's someone else. I wonder who it could be. Sirius seemed to get angrier and more agitated the further Harry spoke. That's enough. How did you escape? And look at you, my dear godfather. You're looking a lot better, especially without that dreadful mask of yours. I wanted to ask you something, by the way. What's the meaning of the symbol, the smiling face drawn in blood? You didn't come up with it, that's for sure. I've seen it before when the heir of Slytherin attacked the castle. I thought it was just a taunt, a challenge of some sort, but now, I recognize that it's something else. Something more. You know what, I don't care how you got out anyway. You're not getting out of this place alive. He motioned for the wizards to start attacking, and Harry's world froze in a single moment as he analyzed his condition. He wanted to keep Sirius talking as his circuits settled down from the trip. He was physically and magically exhausted, and that meant that every drop of magic was important. He needed to use it perfectly. First, he looked at the wards using his arcane hearing. It wasn't anything fancy. It just stopped people from entering if they weren't keyed in, nothing more. But Harry was already there. He was brought in using the Garden of Avalon. Sirius consented to bringing him in. So, they weren't of any concern. Now, on to his opponent. Black was, by far, the worst threat. Space and ice magic were good ways to delay him, but defeating him completely was out of the question in his condition and without any preparation. So, he needed to get away from him until he dealt with the rest. As for the rest of the attackers, over 20 mages of different talents, but definitely used to conflict. The fact that a few of them were werewolves didn't pose any extra challenge since it wasn't a full moon. The vampires and giants were worrying. There were dozens of vampires, but most of them were just thralls, nothing special. However, 3 vampires were lords of various powers. That meant that he would definitely have to deal with some form of blood magic from them, perhaps even shadow magic. There were 2 giants, and handling them was hard since they were immune to most spells. Yeah, things didn't look good. Still, this was better than the garden. Far better. His chances were higher than the ones he had to escape his hellish prison, yet he did it. Back to the situation. Their advantages were their numbers, Sirius' invulnerability and phasing ability, and Harry's exhaustion. Harry's advantages were his mind and the fact that the attackers had obviously never fought together. To conserve his magic, he would need to use his enemies' attacks against them. A spell whizzed towards him, and he redirected it towards one of the distracted werewolves on his left. He let out a large grin. Do you know why, even though Dumbledore keeps saying that I'm a Dark Lord in the making, and that the people of magical Britain aren't terrified of me? That answer is very simple. I try to be subtle whenever I can. And when I can't hide what I can do, then I make sure that there are no witnesses. 7 vampire thralls ran with enhanced speed towards him, but Harry simply raised his wand and yelled out, Lumos Solemn Maxima. An explosion of sunlight sent them flying back, and Harry redirected one of the cutting curses coming at him and enhanced it to cut off their heads. He saw Sirius coming at him, with an enchanted blade in his hand, ready to decapitate him, and suppressed a grin. He warped the space around him as Sirius tried to swing, and he decapitated one of the vampire lords. Just before the dog Animagus realized what he had done, Harry sent an exploding charm at the ceiling, making the roof destabilize and fall down. With a flick of his wand, the giant stones were telekinetically thrown at his opponents. Wizards tried to rally and combine their shield charms to better defend themselves, but more than a few wizards were crushed in their surprise. The 2 giants were hit squarely in the head and were visibly holding their heads in pain. A warning from his arcane hearing made Harry duck as a giant blade made of blood was swung where his head used to be moments ago. I have a feeling your blood will be powerful indeed. One of the 2 vampire lords and their thralls encircled it, having escaped the falling roof thanks to their enhanced physiques. And yet, Harry wasn't afraid. It probably would be, but I'm afraid you will not live to experience it. I apologize for the inconvenience. The other vampire lord gathered a ball of shadow in his hand, ready to unleash it. Your arrogance is misplaced. Oh, I'm not arrogant or anything. I just pay attention to my surroundings. And just like that, another piece of the ceiling fell far away, allowing some sunlight to enter the room. The vampires paled and cringed, just enough to let Harry cast 2 cutting spells enhanced using space magic, decapitating both of them. He then conjured a wall of fire and burned the rest of the thralls to cinders. He shook his head in amusement. Morons. It's the middle of the night. The illusion he had put over the ceiling vanished, letting the night sky show itself. Now all that remained were the surviving mages, the 2 disoriented giants, and Sirius. That was a lot better, but he had strained his magic circuits even further when fighting the vampires. Harry redirected an explosive charm from his left and cast it in the part of the ceiling above one of the shielded groups of mercenary mages. As they tried to fortify their shield charm from above, it left the bottom slightly underpowered, letting Harry carve a small explosive rune on a stone and slip it underneath. The explosion contained within the shield charm made it shatter and allowed the rest of the rubble to fall off the mercenaries. He felt Sirius trying to phase through the rubble, and he warped the space in front of him, making him phase through the rubble, but also through one of the giants' heads, killing them instantly. The second giant tried to hit Sirius in his rage, and Sirius phased through the attack, but Harry warped the space between them once more, and the dog Animagus knife found itself flying through one of the giant's eyes, killing him instantly. Well, that was the giants dealt with. Feeling slightly proud, the last Potter turned his wand on the remaining mages. Who do you work for? They were all trembling in fear, but Harry had no pity left for them, not after being trapped on his own for so long. He had no choice. He was weakened, tired, and exhausted. He had to go for the kill because he just didn't have the luxury of mercy at the moment. We can't. He'll kill us. Harry tilted his head. And you think I wouldn't? He tilted his head as Sirius tried to stab him once more. He must have retrieved the knife from the corpse of the giant and warped the space around him to make his stab at his allies one more, killing him, before sending the dog Animagus away into a circular space trap. The trembling mercenaries shuddered at how unconcerned Harry looked at the event. Do I need to repeat myself? After another second of hesitation, Harry noticed that one of the wizards tried to discreetly attack him. Harry altered the trajectory of the spell for the curse to hit the woman on his left. As the man looked horrified at what he had done, Harry sent a piercing curse towards him and ignored his groans of pain. Harry slowly walked towards his downed opponent and noticed that the curse put a hole near his shoulder. He stopped on the mercenary's shoulder. I asked you. Who hired you? The man screamed in pain as he yelled out, Grindelwald. Harry froze and let the man go. However, the mercenary was impaled by the blade in Sirius Black's hand. The man must have escaped Harry's space trap somehow. I do not like traitors. The younger wizard nodded. So, it's just you and me now, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Harry dodged the incoming attack and created even more space between them. You asked me how I escaped, so let me tell you a little story instead. He ducked under a swing and sent a blast of coldness around him. He sent a wave of cutting space towards Sirius, only for the dog animagus to phase through it. This is not the time for stories. It's always time for stories. This story is one I particularly like. There's this emperor and he asks a shepherd's boy how many seconds there are in an eternity. The shepherd boy says to imagine a mountain of pure diamond. It takes an hour to climb it and an hour to go around it. Every 100 years, a little bird comes and sharpens its beak on the diamond mountain. And when the entire mountain is chiseled away, the first second of eternity will have passed. What's your point? Sirius couldn't help but ask. You must think that this is a hell of a long time. But personally, I think that's a hell of a bird. You have no idea how long I waited to say that. I'm done with your riddles, brat. We both know that you're at the end of the road. You're exhausted and you still can't kill me. I will not pretend that I will not enjoy this, but I will mourn, the boy you could have been. James' child, without any corruption from Lily. I have to stop you. Harry couldn't but smile sadly at his godfather. I look at you, Black, and I can't help but pity you. You're so obsessed with Lily. Everyone is, for some ungodly reason. You're all alluding to this mysterious thing that I'm supposed to do about her, and I tried to ask, many times. All I get in return is riddles and pathetic attempts at misdirection. And you know what, I'm done. I don't care anymore, and I'm done asking. You know, Sirius. I tried looking for many ways to kill you, find spells to hit both dimensions you exist in, but I couldn't even find anything in months. The former Black Scion grinned. I told you, I'll always win, in the end. Instead of answering, Harry simply took something out of his jacket, pulled out the Colt and fired it in less than a second. The moment he did, energy hummed through the air, and a beam of light, quick to the point of nearly being invisible, surged ahead. Following its path, a shower of iridescent particles left behind a fleeting trail of beauty, suggesting the complex, multidimensional nature of the attack. The shot made a hole in Sirius Black's chest and Harry watched as the light left the eyes of the man who could have once been his godfather. Goodbye, Sirius Black. Chapter 217, Short Fuse. May 1, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. The first seal was broken, the world serpent is dead. Ragnarok is coming. We need to be ready, Albus. Or everything we have, everything we are, will be gone, forever. Dumbledore couldn't help but shiver when the word Ragnarok was spoken. It was like the entire Quidditch pitch froze, the birds stopped singing, and the wind stopped blowing. That single word created a wave of cold and unease spread to even the spectators who hadn't even heard the word due to the privacy ward Albus put in place. However, instead of going with his instincts, Albus snorted, Gellert, in the time I have known you, you thought that this prophecy was being fulfilled 3 times and every single time was barely more than a hoax. We don't even know that it's a prophecy, it's older than even the epics of Gilgamesh, and it has been translated dozens of times from then. The headmaster was correct, of course. The prophecy of Ragnarok was rumored to be the first prophecy in existence, a poem about an end to an eternal conflict. It was all nonsense, of course. There was nothing that suggested that the prophecy of Ragnarok was barely more than a piece of fiction or literature, nothing more than an ancient tale that survived the ages. However, for some reason, the text was labeled a prophecy because it seemed to resonate with many researchers. The whole thing was just too vague and was translated many times, losing a lot of context. There were thousands of interpretations of the poem, dating back thousands of years, each differing drastically from the last, but still following the poem. People just did not accept that the so-called prophecy was nothing more than an interesting piece of history. Gellert seemed to have expected this response, for one people consider to be so wise, you've always been so blind to the truth. The world is changing, holding its breath waiting for the final conflict. Your dream, my revolution, they're all so meaningless, now that the dark and light are ready to end their war, once and for all. Now, that's your interpretation of the prophecy. Really? That's out there and you know it. The war between the light and dark will never end, especially with the two of us still alive. This has always been a war between champions, nothing more. Is that so? The Dark Lord responded with an amused voice. Then what was that voice in the back of your head whispering in your ears? I remember you succumbing to it many times in our youth, not even knowing if it was your own thoughts and ideas guiding your actions. Albus couldn't help but stifle a flinch at the accusation. Gellert had just brought up one of the most shameful eras of his life. At the time, Albus was so taken with his status as a light champion that he followed its suggestions as if they were gospel. He was a foolish boy, then, who thought that the light was a benevolent master, that would help him save the world. It was a mixture of grief and desperation, really. He had started doing this after his sister died, and it was easier to just retreat inside himself, to let someone else, something else, take control. And so, Albus created his Order of the Phoenix on the light's suggestion, trusting it implicitly. He fought against Gellert many times, but it was after he had used a spell suggested by his patron, one that accidentally vaporized an orphanage in France. He was further disabused of the light's benevolence when he ended up using the children's souls in a ritual to power sacrificial wards. Sure, he had won the battle handily, thanks to it, but it was at that moment that he had truly woken up from his trance, one that lasted decades. He still called up to the light and followed its wisdom, but not blindly. Not like he did before. And he found that while the light was more frustrated with him, it ended up respecting him enough to give him more context with its suggestions. It wasn't perfect by any means, but it was better. Dumbledore simply replied, I admit the knowing that the light has an agenda of its own, independent of my own wishes, but I have it under control now. No, you don't, Gellert answered with a scoff, you have no idea what I found, what I discovered. I did not seek out the Elder Wand to fight you, Albus. I sought it out because it was the best way to resist the Dark's calling. It's also the reason why I lost in our duel. While your light actively aided you in your fight, my darkness was doing its best to hinder me, to kill me and get a new host. In many ways, I am thankful for the manner you imprisoned me. It allowed me to regain control while not allowing the dark to continue to spread chaos. And in return for this gift, I never tried to retrieve the Elder Wand, allowing you to have the inherent protection it offered against your light. I even chose not to escape and make any trouble for you. By the darkness, I've even solved more than a few problems from behind the scenes. I chose not to interfere in your affairs because you have won fair and square. But I just couldn't let you do this, not with what's coming. Seriously? Removing the family crests of an entire nation. What the hell were you thinking? Albus stiffened, I am creating my dream. I told you once that I wanted to create a world without war. This is me taking away their greatest weapons to reduce the harm they could get. And when it comes, when the rest of Ragnarok comes to pass, what will your neutered wizards do then? Ragnarok isn't real, Gellert. You need to get over your obsession. The Dark Champion glared at him, sometimes I wonder if you're deliberately obtuse or if the light is messing with your mind in the background. I am in control of myself. Are you now? Gellert responded with a drawl, so why are you so frantic about the Longbottom brat? Don't tell me it's because you need him to kill the Riddle Boy. You could kill that guy with your hands behind your back. You created him, hoping to use him as a uniting factor in your new world, but were planning on killing him anyway. There's no reason that you really need the Longbottom brat for anything, except for having a prophecy near you to break. The light has always urged you to use the power of a broken prophecy, hasn't it? You do know what's going to happen if you do actually break a prophecy, right? Lily Evans showed the world that. I still don't know what prophecy she broke, but it wasn't a major one if the blast was concentrated only in Godric's Hollow, Albus replied, and I am not so foolish as to risk breaking a prophecy. But you're still keeping the brat around, ready to intervene at any moment. I'm not judging you, I have a prophecy of my own, ready to be broken, but I will not do it unless you break yours first. Although, I don't think the upper hemisphere will survive this fight, and that's me being conservative. Albus repressed the urge to groan, this conversation was going nowhere. Why are you here, Gellert? You didn't have to reveal yourself in public like this. Nowadays, it's hard to get people to listen. You can't tap them on the shoulder anymore. You have to hit them with a sledgehammer, and then you'll notice you've got their strict attention. That's not an answer. But there's still something I don't understand. Why all of this? I can see why you would stop my ritual since you disagree with it. I can see why you would take the Garden of Avalon. Don't pretend that you haven't taken it since it could be used in thousands of different ways. But why kidnap Neville Longbottom? Why reveal things in public that I kept buried for years? Why even reveal yourself and not take advantage of your anonymity? The Dark Champion grinned, why does anyone do anything? You've grown blinder in your old age, Albus. When I came to you, when we were teens, terrified of my visions of war machines, weapons of mass destruction created by muggles, and saw them for the threats they were, you comforted me, but you dismissed my visions. And now, look at what the muggles are doing. They created thousands of weapons capable of wiping out humanity. They destroyed our planet with their inventions and polluted the air we breathe, and the water we drink, in their greed for more power. I was right, Albus. Albus did not respond, letting his former friend continue. I was always right. I tried to get them when they could still be flopped, but that time has passed. We can't do anything about it anymore. And the sad thing is that you don't care. I could have tried being discreet with you, but you forget that I know who you are. You would have dismissed my concerns, just as you are doing right now. The difference is that you wouldn't have even tried to listen. But I see that I was still mistaken. No matter how much I try to convince you, you will still cling to that foolish dream of yours. So, I'll do to you what you did to me. I will destroy your dream, utterly, so that you can do nothing but focus on the coming threat. What coming threat? I told you, Gellert, that Ragnarok isn't real. You don't even have a shred of proof. You will not ruin my life's work for a story. I refuse it. What can you refuse? I've already put everything in motion. You can kill me, right here, right now, and nothing is going to change. Your dream dies today, Albus. You can strike me down, torture me to your heart's content. You could smite me and bind my soul to another fortress, but at the end of the day, everything you have built will be nothing but ash, and you'll have no choice but to open your eyes to the truth. Albus growled at his former friend. What truth? Now, who am I to spoil your enlightenment? Gellert then suddenly brightened. Oh, would you look at that? It's time for me to go. Do you seriously think that I would let you go after what you have just said to me? Gellert burst into laughter. Well, you have a choice. You can try to stop me from leaving, and that would be very messy. Oh, you'll probably win with the Elder Wand on your side, but I bet I can take most of the spectators with me. Or you can let me go and focus on the mess your protégé is about to make. What mess? Albus uttered, only to feel the porte-clés arrive in the wards, the castle allowing its entry as it was keyed into the original wards. The headmaster couldn't help but feel slightly relieved when he saw young Neville lying on the ground and limping up. What in Merlin's name was Gellert talking about? He turned to ask him that, only to notice that the Dark Lord simply wasn't there anymore. Albus cursed in anger and frustration. He had a lot of damage control to do and very little time to do it. The mere idea that Gellert was back had a lot of implications in Europe, let alone Britain, and he would need to deal with them. However, before he could do anything, he felt magic being built up near young Neville as the boy glared at Severus Snape. Sure, the potion master was a rather unlikable man, and he had a tendency to antagonize Gryffindors, particularly young Neville, but he was still very competent at what he did. Albus expected the potion master to have insulted the boy for some reason, or to give him a snide comment or another. Severus really was a petty man. However, what he did not expect was for Neville's eyes to flash crimson and to yell out, Avada Kedavra, casting a perfect killing curse at the potion master. Chapter 218, of Darkness and Death. May 1, 1994, unknown place. The shot made a hole in Sirius Black's chest, and Harry watched as the light left the eyes of the man who could have once been his godfather. Goodbye, Sirius Black. Well, that was a thing. Harry groaned and limped down to find somewhere to sit. This whole mess had exhausted him to the extreme, both mentally and physically. First, he entered that bloody maze for the third task, then he ended up being accosted by Pettigrew, because why wouldn't the rat be dead? Of course, that's when he found himself trapped in the Gardens of Avalon. He didn't know how long he spent in that place. He didn't remember every iteration, and he was thankful for that. He could have spent decades in that place, working on a single spell. But he could tell that something in him was different. It was very hard to describe. He felt older, in a weird way. Because while his mind didn't remember anything other than the last iteration of the time loop, Harry's soul remembered. Even when he escaped, while exhausted and tired beyond belief, he was still accosted by an army of mercenaries and vampires, as well as his godfather. And he killed them all. And wasn't that messed up? He killed dozens of people, his own godfather, in cold blood. Mentally, he could tell that he didn't really have a choice. He was too tired to hold back and try to detain them. People really underestimated just how good and skillful you had to be to defeat people without causing permanent harm, You needed to either be very good or be very prepared like Harry did during the Hogsmeade attack. Generally speaking, it was a bad idea to hold back against people that were trying to kill you. Sirius Black and his followers were definitely trying to kill Harry. That didn't stop him from throwing up at the sight of tortured bodies around him. It took a few minutes for Harry to center himself again. He looked down and saw a few metallic golden shards on the ground, the remnants of the hellish gardens that almost took his life. He could still feel the small remnants of his magic and decided that it was a bad idea to leave something like this lying around. The shards alone would have been perfect ways to spy on him, and even get past a lot of wards that use magical signatures to decide who was allowed in. He picked up all the fragments, deciding not to risk doing anything. His circuits were too strained to cast any spells and he needed to rest them before he tried anything. He didn't even know where he was, after all. That was the first thing he had to do anyway. However, before he could do anything, a voice spoke up behind him, "Harry Potter." Now, that's an unexpected surprise. Harry turned and stiffened as he realized the identity of the person speaking to him. "I've seen you before." "Ah, yes. Your little vision months ago. I had to change my plan for the Hogsmeade attack and put a few things in motion to get young Sirius to do it in my stead, and I had to activate my protections afterwards. I haven't had to compete with another seer for a very long time. Your gift is impressive for your age, even if it's untrained." The last Potter stiffened when a small memory flashed before his eyes. He remembered the man in his vision of the Hogsmeade attack, a man with white hair and black eyes. He remembered waking up sweating, breathing heavily out of fear. He forgot all about this detail. Was this some kind of protective charm? Or did Harry genuinely forget this specific part of the vision? Still, Harry remained silent. "You must be Grindelwald. Weren't you supposed to be locked away in Nurmengard?" "Of course, and yet here I am. I see that you've been busy while I've been away." "I was only gone for less than an hour, greeting a very old friend." "Dumbledore." The man's eyes brightened. "So you do know a lot more than you should." "I wasn't certain. That little comment about killing his sister was a nice hint." "How much do you know, little Potter?" "I know enough." "Did the old man always know that you escaped?" "No, he just found out." "You should have seen his face." "We didn't fight, of course, but I did leave a hot mess for him to deal with. I have no doubt he'll be very busy in the near future." Harry tilted his head. "What did you do?" "Nothing really. You see, while Dumbledore had this grand plan that involved trapping you in the Garden of Avalon, I had one of my own." "Of course, you weren't the target." "His golden boy was." "Neville." The former Dark Lord burst into laughter. "I know, right? Sirius really did a number on the kid. Not that the brat was sane to begin with. He was just one small push away from a breakdown, and you know how Sirius could be. All it took was a sad story, Sirius pretending to sacrifice himself to save him, and point him towards Snape, a man who he already hates, with a mental compulsion towards using the killing curse." Harry couldn't help but pale at what was probably happening in Hogwarts. "But why?" "It's a shame about the brat, I know that. But Albus was planning on the Riddle Boy killing him anyway. But no one really knows that. Instead, they think Neville Longbottom is his golden boy, his heir, and he just publicly used an unforgivable curse. Sure, people might come up with reasons to justify the act, and maybe even the Wizengamot will take pity on the boy, but Albus just lost the very last piece of credibility he had left. You did a very good job at shaving away his influence over the last year, so thank you for the help. As long as Dumbledore has his prison, the Ministry will not touch him." The Dark Lord's grin was feral. "Sure, but what would happen if someone patched his wards without him knowing? Albus can be so arrogant sometimes. He never thought he'd encounter someone with my capabilities again, so confident of my imprisonment. It took some time, but Albus has no control over the prison wards anymore. Soon, the Wizengamot will meet about taking control of the prison completely, and they'll ask warders and curse breakers to take a look at the place." Harry couldn't help but feel some vindictive glee at the idea, but restrained himself. "You still didn't answer why you did any of this? You could have just gone back and restarted the war again, so why take this course of action?" Albus was getting too comfortable. He needed to remember that the world will not bow to his whims. "That's not the full answer," the last Potter commented. "Perhaps, but it's the one you're getting." "You still tried to have me killed," Harry protested. "I didn't try to kill you, I just let Albus do it and told my followers to acquire the artifact. I couldn't let your sacrifice go in vain, after all." But you didn't try to stop it from happening. For the first time ever since they started speaking, Grindelwald's face was entirely serious. Why would I? You're a threat. Your lineage alone is a threat. A son of the Peverils and Lily Evans. Your potential is dangerous, and the frightening part is that you're realizing it. You're a seer as well, and with two seers of power existing at the same time, their visions will clash, and be distorted by each other's predictions. Look at what you've just done. You killed a battalion of trained mercenaries, 3 vampire lords and their thralls, and that's no mentioning Sirius Black, a true anomaly. That's not even mentioning your mother. What about my mother? It doesn't matter anymore. You're the first survivor of the Garden of Avalon. You're a wild card, one that I saw no problem being left off the board. If Albus wanted to get rid of you, why would I stop him? Harry grimaced. So, what now? Are you supposed to give a very long speech about your righteous cause and why I should join your side? Grindelwald snorted. Oh, brat. I'm not Albus or that foolish riddle boy. I don't need you, and I can see that you would try to sneak away from me the moment you would think you would get away with it. No, I'm sorry, kid. I can't afford to have someone who could mess with my visions. Don't worry, I'll make sure that it's painless. The Dark Lord raised his wand at Harry, who took out his Colt from his pocket. Like he wanted to, a piece of the Garden of Avalon was stuck near the jewel in the bottom to accelerate its charging. He had done so the moment Grindelwald revealed himself. He had done his best to try to prolong their inevitable fight. Thankfully, the gem seemed to very quickly acclimate to the energy from the remains of the hellish garden. Just as he did to Sirius before him, Harry fired his weapon while pointing it at the Dark Lord. The moment his finger brushed the trigger, the air around them crackled with palpable energy, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath during the attack. A beam of light, swift and sharp as a whisper, leapt from the weapon, carving through the space between them with deadly precision. A shower of kaleidoscopic particles spiraled into existence, painting the air with a spectrum of ethereal hues that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The world held its breath as Harry's strongest attack, one that had slain the world serpent itself, approached the Dark Lord. Victory was just a microsecond away when a wave of dark energy appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the projectile somehow. Harry couldn't help but gape at the scene. The Colt was an unstoppable attack. Nothing could shield against it because it used the properties of souls to hit every dimension at once. The only chance was to dodge it, but even then, it was faster than any attack Harry knew of. The dark energy dissipated and revealed a Dark Lord whose eyes had turned completely black before returning to normal. Now, isn't that interesting? Using the nature of souls to make an unstoppable attack. How novel, I haven't seen anything like this before. Harry, still reeling from the shock of his attack being neutralized, managed to find his voice. What was that? You mean the dark energy? It's conceptual destruction given form. I never expected a kid like you to get me to use it. I'm impressed. Harry's mind raced, trying to comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired, and Grindelwald looked amused at his expression. Come on, kid. Don't be so down. There's a reason why Albus and I are called the strongest light and dark champions since Merlin and Morgana. The man then suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Did you use your weapon to kill the world serpent? That was you. Harry grimaced and did not respond. Grindelwald, on the other hand, looked slightly paler than he used to be before going back to normal. The last Potter did not give Grindelwald the chance to elaborate. The man's reaction to Harry's role in Hormongondra's death was the only opening he was going to get. He summoned the few remaining shards of the Garden of Avalon, stored with years of his own magic. He used one of the shards to fire another shot at the Dark Lord, hoping he would be too distracted to notice. It didn't work. Grindelwald moved the dark energy to swallow the projectile once more. However, Harry had planned ahead. He had no plans on becoming conservative with the bullets, with his life being on the line. He warped space around him to go behind the Dark Lord and used another shard-filled energy to fire on the man's back. However, the wave of darkness moved on its own and defended him once more. Harry warped space in front of his hand and fired another shot, the Colt heating up once more in his hand, the goblin silver being overwhelmed by the magic. The bullet this time came from above the Dark Lord, who smirked and just took a step to the left. He fucking dodged. What the actual fuck? As Harry readied himself to fire another shot, he felt his hand freeze in the middle of his movement, making him miss his next shot. With a wave of his hand, the Dark Lord casually froze the rest of Harry's body completely, and levitated him in the air. That's not bad, brat. But you really should learn how to fight seers, if you're planning on taking me by surprise. The man clenched his hand, and Harry's weapon fired on its own, missing him again. Then it tried to fire more, however, nothing left the barrel. The Dark Lord grinned maliciously, "What are you going to do now, kiddo, without your little weapon?" Harry knew that he had no chance of beating the man without tricking him, not a single one. The Colt was Harry's only chance, but he wouldn't have been able to do anything as long as Grindelwald's guard was up. During one of the previous shots, Harry faked firing one of them and took it out of the gun. The dark energy had swallowed the fake projectile immediately, and he had hoped Grindelwald wouldn't have noticed. The plan was to pretend to run out of bullets and trick Grindelwald. It worked. Sort of. He didn't expect the man to make him fire on his own. He tried to levitate a rock towards the Dark Lord's back, and he used his telekinesis to put the bullet back in the Colt. As the Dark Lord stopped it, Harry warped the space in front of him, making his gun almost touch the Dark Lord's chest, and grinned, "Boom." Harry would have smiled at the comical expression on the Dark Lord's face if it wasn't for the fact that he was sent away with a pulse of magic. He slowly got up and saw what seemed like black shadows coalescence again into the figure of Grindelwald. "Ouch, that stung you, brat." "Fucking Peverils." "How?" he asked, baffled. This was impossible. The Colt was supposed to attack Grindelwald's very soul. There was no shielding against it. "You don't seriously expect me to answer that, do you? How would that change anything? We both know I'm not walking out of here." "You know what, brat? It's been a while since anyone other than Albus landed a hit on me, especially one that deadly. That kind of innovation is to be rewarded. And considering the fact that you killed the World Serpent, I'm inclined to spare your life, this time. Unfortunately for you, from the state of your weapon, I don't see you repeat this feat again." Harry looked down at his hand and noticed the Colt slowly melting away from his hand. It was hot, yes, but he knew that this wasn't why it was being destroyed. Harry had channeled too much magic, almost every single drop that the Garden of Avalon had collected from him for decades. Goblin silver just wasn't enough to deal with that much power. He couldn't help but feel vulnerable at its destruction. The Colt had always been a safety net in case Harry found himself over his head, and now it was gone. The Dark Lord looked seriously at him. "Now, let me make things clear, me choosing to spare you doesn't mean that I will be inclined to do it again. So, I advise you to prepare for our next meeting. Now, let's get you back to school." In the blink of an eye, Harry found himself looking at the familiar sight of Hogwarts Hospital wing. He barely had time to see Madame Pomfrey's panicked look before everything turned to black. Chapter 219, The Slow Knife. May 2, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. Amelia Bones wanted to go home, lay down on her bed and fall asleep. She was so tempted to do just that and let someone else deal with this mess. Unfortunately, she didn't know anyone competent enough to handle this. Fudge, by himself, was freaking out, hoping for some miracle that would make this whole mess disappear. Unfortunately, every person worth knowing was in the crowds during the third task of Dumbledore's ridiculous tournament, and all of them witnessed what happened there. There was no burying this, and that meant that she had to be involved as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Most people didn't even know what really happened, but at the end of the day, 2 killing curses were cast, and at least 1 man was murdered, and that meant that the DMLE had to deal with the clusterfuck that happened. Dumbledore had stood there, frozen for entire minutes, probably processing what had just happened, and he had agreed to come to her office to answer a few questions. So far, the man had remained silent, lost in his own head, in their interrogation room. He didn't look as shocked as he was the day before. He was visibly more collected, unconcerned with what could happen to him. She supposed he was right to feel this way. For all people's misgivings, people forgot about the man's raw power and sheer might. No one could do anything against Dumbledore directly. It was just not done. Arresting him was not possible, but there were other ways of hurting a man. Amelia sat on the other side from the headmaster and spoke up for the first time. "Hello, Albus." "Good morning, Amelia," the older wizard said. "It's been quite an eventful day. I admit that it took some time to regain my bearings. I assume that you have a few questions." "That's putting it mildly. What in Merlin's name happened yesterday?" "I have no idea, and isn't that wonderful? It takes a lot for me to be taken off guard in my old age, but yesterday definitely did the trick." Amelia sneered at him. "This is not the time to be joking around. One of my men died yesterday, because of your failings. Let me be straight with you, if this had been anyone else, they would have ended up with a one-way trip to prison, with no way out. Oh, Amelia. This intimidating tactic might work on your common criminal, but not someone who has watched over you ever since you were 11. Nevertheless, I must imagine that you must be mourning your colleague and am prepared to answer any questions you might have. I am as much the victim as you were, after all. The Bones matriarch held her tongue, not wanting to escalate things further, and decided to humor the man. Who was the man who killed my Auror? Who was the man who you spoke to yesterday? Gellert Grindelwald. Amelia expected this answer. She had looked at various pictures taken of the Dark Lord in the 40s. There were plenty, even if the ICW wanted to bury them. At the end of the day, Gellert Grindelwald was a speaker and his invasion was a movement of some sort, promoting either the eradication of the Muggles or their enslavement before they inevitably wiped out the wizarding world. The man had made a lot of speeches and spoke in front of elected officials and ministers alike. He was just as much a public figure as he was a Dark Lord. That was what made him different, that was what made him truly dangerous. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, he could not use that man's name in fear. We're exploring that angle right now. We have asked the ICW to give us an update on Grindelwald's status in Nurmengard, and as far as they could tell, the man never left the prison and looks a lot older than the man who attacked the third task. In fact, he looked around your age. The headmaster shook his head. You don't understand. I know Gellert Grindelwald and that was him. He's restarting the war. We don't have time for this nonsense. We need to prepare. You really have no idea what you're dealing with. And there was Dumbledore's usual condescension. The Bones matriarch steeled herself and continued, the man said that Azkaban's destruction was his own handiwork. Did you have any inclination that this was true before he revealed himself? No, the man denied. You have to understand that I bound Gellert's very soul to the prison. He should have never had any influence outside it, never escaped it, even in death. And why did you go to such lengths to imprison him forever? Gellert always had contingencies connected to his death. If he had died, believe me, the magical world would be far worse for it. Amelia snorted, that's very vague. And yet it is the only answer you're getting. Fine. Tell me about your relationship with Gellert Grindelwald. From the way you speak of him, you seem very familiar with each other. In a different way than being enemies, I mean. The elderly man froze for a second before continuing, we were friends, once. Before his crusade, before the war. We were just two lonely prodigious young wizards. Our mentors put us in touch, you see. We did not part on good terms. Gellert wanted to change the world but I was too burdened with my sister's death that I decided not to join him. Sometimes I wonder if I could have convinced him to do things differently. We'll never know, I suppose. Amelia pounced at the new information. So, what happened to your sister? The Potter boy told the truth about it. The answer she got was a sad chuckle. No, and I think young Harry knew that and wanted to hurt me the way I hurt him. The truth is that I don't know what happened to my sister, not really. My brother, Gellert, and I had a disagreement which ended up in a three-way duel. My sister came into the room and there was an explosion of magic. When we got up, Ariana had died. I don't know if it was any of our spells or even Ariana's own unstable magic that did it, but I always felt guilty about it. The Potter boy pounced on my grief because I tried to take him away from Arcturus. It was deserved, now that I think about it. I have made a lot of mistakes when it came to him, ones that I will have to make up for. Amelia definitely didn't like Dumbledore's tone in the end. Do you think the intruder might have been a descendant of Grindelwald? A son or perhaps a grandson of some sort? She definitely did not expect the man to burst into laughter. Oh, Merlin, no. The mere thought of it is hilarious. And why is that? You wouldn't understand, my dear. Now, if that's all right with you, we need to speak about your plans with Mr. Longbottom. Now, that was a clusterfuck and a half. Britain's golden boy, even if they have been critical of him in the past year, had just cast a fucking killing curse at his potions professor in public. What is there to talk about? The boy cast an unforgivable curse. Oh, come on, Amelia. You can't possibly believe that the Wisengamot would convict him about anything. Outside of him being a minor, he was obviously distressed, and Gellert publicly stated that he had taken the boy. And the killing curse didn't hit anyone. Severus was more than able to conjure something to block the spell. No one was harmed. And he was right. Of course, Amelia's curse-breaking team took one look at the boy and said that he wasn't in his right mind. Apparently, there were signs of subtle compulsions, but also something that messed with the boy's infamous scar. They couldn't make any heads or tails of it, but it somehow became activated and messed with the boy's head when he cast the curse. According to a few mind healers, the boy needed help urgently. Augusta Longbottom had gone all mother hen on him and threatened anyone from revealing any of their findings, not that they had anything concrete. The scar baffled even their brightest minds. The Longbottom matriarch obviously knew something but wasn't willing to talk, proclaiming the scar to be a family secret. Still, there were no victims, the boy was obviously not in his right mind. Aside from forcing him to attend mandatory sessions with a mind healer, there was very little they could do about it. You're right, the matter is settled. However, your old friend Elphias Doge is going to spend a couple of years in prison for casting an unforgivable like that. Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine with it, the man responded with a patronizing tone that made Amelia want to punch his face in. After all, I designed my prison to be quite comfortable. The Ministry's prison, you mean? Sure, just a mistake on my part. The Bones matriarch decided to wipe out that proud smile from his face. Speaking of your prison, the Wisengamot just voted earlier today to fully investigate it. It's nothing personal, it's just that the Grindelwald impersonator made a lot of proclamations during the third task, and they decided to make sure that they were baseless. You have nothing to worry about, of course, if you have nothing to hide, that is. That is an outrage of justice, the man protested. I have rights. Don't worry, they're just investigating everything you did in regards to the Ministry and foreign matters. We're not looking at your private affairs. Yet. In the meantime, you have been temporarily suspended from your role as Chief Warlock. I'm sure it's just a matter of time until you get it back, but you see, Britain can't afford to allow people to have high positions in the government while they're being investigated, especially with the Quidditch World Cup just around the corner. My prison. Amelia's grin turned vicious. Don't worry about your prison. It's not yours anymore, is it? You donated it to the Ministry. There's been talk about having a team of warders take down every piece of magic and rebuild it from scratch. The Dementors will probably be fussy for a bit and the Ministry cells a bit overcrowded, but it's important for the Ministry to understand every nook and cranny of its prison, isn't it? With what gold? Oh, Arcturus Black was more than happy to finance the project. Something about you attacking your ward. Grindelwald said a lot of things about what you have done to him, and the man seemed to hold a grudge. The headmaster shook his head. That was all nonsense, and you know it. We all saw what happened that day. I made sure that everything would be transparent. What happened to the Potter boy was a tragic accident. Then explain why a second Harry Potter arrived in the hospital wing with some very serious damage and signs of magic overuse. He's been unconscious ever since. That's not to mention the fact that after some careful investigation, the boy found in the maze seemed to have been magically altered using alchemy to look like the boy. Add that to Grindelwald's accusation and we don't have a pretty picture of what happened, Albus. That was when she knew she had him, that's when she knew that whatever Dumbledore had planned regarding the Potter boy had backfired. The boy obviously wasn't supposed to have survived. The sheer shock on the man's face was more than proof enough. Of course, it lasted barely more than a fraction of a second, but she had caught it. What a curious mystery. I hope that you have some other form of proof than the words of a murderer. Oh, we don't, but unfortunately, someone spoke of the findings to the media. The Prophet ran the story this morning. It paints quite a bad picture of you. By the way, the school board wanted to speak to you after this, something about a suspension and an investigation of your affairs in Hogwarts. In the meantime, they have removed access from the wards and assigned Minerva McGonagall as the temporary headmaster. As for now, you're free to go, Mr. Dumbledore. We'll be in touch. You don't understand. Grindelwald is coming. You need me. Amelia shook her head. That's for us to decide. And we haven't convicted you. We have just removed a few of your positions. And just like that, the Bones matriarch walked out of the interrogation room, feeling more exhausted than ever after the confrontation. While it was nice to wipe that smile off Dumbledore's face, the workload ahead of them was intimidating. The overtime alone will be a nightmare. Days later, she was proven right. The overtime was, in fact, a nightmare. Chapter 220, Greener Pastures. May 3, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. The first thing Harry noticed was the smell. It was a peculiar mix of antiseptic, dried herbs, and something faintly sweet, which he couldn't quite place. His head felt as though it was stuffed with cotton wool, and his thoughts were sluggish. meandering through his consciousness like a slow-moving stream. He tried to open his eyes, but they felt incredibly heavy as if they had been glued shut. With a monumental effort, he managed to peel them open, only to be met with a blur of colors and shapes that made no sense to him. As his vision gradually focused, he recognized the ceiling and suppressed the urge to smile and groan at the same time. He was in Hogwarts hospital wing. That meant that he was both safe and that he had gotten hurt again. Damn it, Daphne was going to be mad at him again. Harry tried to move, but a sharp stab of pain coursed through him, anchoring him to the spot. He groaned, the sound echoing strangely in his ears as if he were hearing it from underwater. Gradually, as the fog in his mind began to clear, the memories of what had transpired came flooding back. He remembered the maze briefly, the struggle with Pettigrew. It was so far back, almost 3 months from his perspective, but it felt further. It was hard to explain the fact that his soul remembered enough for him to instinctively take into account the years he spent in the garden, the one he forgot about. After that was serious, and if that wasn't bad enough, he was followed by Grindelwald. Harry had never felt like he was prey looking up at a predator. Harry knew that Dumbledore probably matched the Dark Lord in magical might, but there were ways to hurt him, ones that would stop him from killing him on sight. Grindelwald had no such weaknesses. Hell, he'd been ready to wipe Harry from existence and changed his mind for some unknown reason afterwards. Harry didn't buy the fact that the man kept him alive because of his potential. There was something else. Something more. He needed to figure out what happened in the castle while he was gone. Grindelwald mentioned something about Neville being captured by Sirius and casting a killing curse in public. And that's not mentioning the fact that Dumbledore had just tried to curse him with a fate worse than death. Like hell would he stay in the same place as that bastard? Harry tried to sit up, ignoring the protestations of his body, and immediately regretted it. The room spun wildly, a carousel of light and shadow, and he fell back onto the pillow, gasping for breath. His entire body ached as if he had run dozens of marathons without a moment of rest, and his head pounded with a ferocity that made him wince. However, he was successful and was immediately accosted by a blonde missile. Harry. The last Potter winced as his pain flared once more. Daff, you're killing me here. Daphne Greengrass blushed slightly. You stupid boy. What the hell were you thinking? Harry grimaced. What are you talking about? In the maze. I woke up in a haze and I saw you looking so sad with that weird disc in your hand, and what you said. The way you said it. I thought you were going to die. The last Potter looked back at the events of the maze and stiffened when he realized what she was talking about. He had been so sure that he was going to die that he didn't want to leave Daphne without a goodbye. The things he said. Oh, Merlin. No wonder the blonde was distressed. Harry's voice took a soothing tone. Don't worry about it, Daphne. It was just a mistake on my part. Daphne's reddened eyes seemed to light up in fury. What the hell happened in that maze, and why were there 2 of you in the hospital wing? Well, I don't know about the body double thing. A man took you hostage and put you under the Imperious curse. He said that he worked for Dumbledore, and if I wanted you to live, I would have to bind myself to an artifact, the golden disc you saw. The disc took me somewhere else, and I'm assuming Dumbledore wanted to fake my presence in the castle by having someone impersonate me being injured in the hospital wing. Daphne stiffened and her jaw dropped. She stayed silent for minutes, processing what he had just said. You really thought you were going to die? That's why you said what you said? You were saying goodbye. Harry didn't answer her and refused to meet her gaze. The blonde wasn't deterred. However, you were going to sacrifice yourself for me. And just like that, she gave Harry a quick hug before running away from the infirmary. He suppressed the urge to groan. He could understand that the blonde was emotional. Merlin knew that he was too. But she was also his only source of information about what happened. Of course, that was when an older voice spoke up. Thank you for letting us know, Mr. Potter. Harry stiffened as an invisibility cloak was removed, revealing an older severe woman with red hair and wearing a monocle. Amelia Bones. Was the head of the DMLE seriously listening to his conversation? Damn it. He must be really tired if he didn't pick her out with his arcane hearing. He didn't try to activate it, subconsciously knowing somehow that it was a bad idea in his current condition. You're Amelia Bones. And you're a very brave young man, Mr. Potter. Now, let's revise a few things about your statement. Can you give a description of the man who allegedly put Miss Greengrass under the Imperious curse? I can do you one better. I can give you his name. Peter Pettigrew. I recognized his face from a few photos of my parents' friends. He was one of them. He said that he owed Dumbledore something and that this was his way of being free. The woman's face hardened. Did he say anything about where he was going afterwards? No, but he's probably regretting his decision, right now. And why is that? Harry's face took a predatory edge. It's very easy to trick a desperate man. They see what they want to see, and hear what they want to hear. Desperation blinds them, making them not realize that a single trick, a single miscalculation would topple everything they worked for. The look of realization afterwards was beautiful. I'm not worried about Peter Pettigrew. No, I care more about Albus Dumbledore. I will not spend a single minute in this castle as long as he remains in charge of it. Well, you don't have to worry. Dumbledore is no longer this school's headmaster. Well, that took the wind out of his sails. Repeat that, please. Dumbledore is no longer this school's headmaster. The board suspended him yesterday, pending an investigation by the school's administration. A man appeared near the end of the task, proclaimed himself to be Gellert Grindelwald, and said some very concerning things about Dumbledore. Of course, that was when Neville Longbottom arrived and cast a killing curse at Severus Snape. Thankfully, our resident potion master was able to handle it easily enough, but people were afraid. The events you just described seemed to corroborate with some of what the intruder said. He said that Dumbledore trapped you in an eternal prison of some sort until your soul was destroyed from channeling too much magic. Care to confirm this? Harry's eyes became unfocused, and he flinched slightly. I don't know. I don't remember much about that place. I remember a garden and a small lake. I remember feeling pain. Next thing I know, I woke up here. Well, your injuries seem to corroborate the story. According to the reports here, your magical channels were very strained. You're very lucky that your ability to wield magic is not crippled. Don't worry, you can easily recover with time, but the healers recommend not using any magic in the next couple of weeks. The last Potter became pensive at that last statement, trying to figure out what the Bones matriarch wasn't saying. The truth was very simple. Harry's body had to adapt to the new nature of his magic circuits, which grew naturally with his soul. The disproportional contrast between his soul and body needed to mend for him to cast magic. Until then, he would be in pain. Constantly. Well, that sucked. There should be a few pain-relieving potions that should work, but Harry's condition was so unique that he didn't know if the potions would work as they should. He would deal with that later when the head of the DMLE wasn't in the same room as him. The woman was already looking at him with enough pity, and he chose to change the subject. What about Neville? What will happen to him? That's another case entirely, one that I should not discuss with a civilian. Is he going to prison? I don't think it was his fault. Harry didn't think a 13-year-old boy should go to prison, especially since it wasn't really his fault, and no one was hurt by his actions. He knew just how conniving Sirius could be when he wanted to be. He had this way of bringing out the worst in people, as if his madness was contagious, in a way. It would have been child's play to manipulate someone like Neville. That's not even mentioning the impact Neville's scar could have had on him. Harry would sleep easier with the monster now dead by his hands. The Bones matriarch's eyes softened. Don't worry. I spoke to his grandmother, and she apprised me of his situation. It's a lot more complicated than I thought, and since no one was harmed, and he's a minor, a certain amount of latitude is provided. We've spoken to Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Warrington, and we have a clearer picture of what happened. There will still be repercussions for the crime, but they won't be severe, and that's the only thing I'm going to speak of regarding this investigation. Harry nodded. Thank you for letting me know what you can. Amelia Bones smiled and left the infirmary. Immediately afterwards, Madame Pomfrey accosted him with what seemed like dozens of foul-tasting potions and salves. To be fair, they did help. The salves seemed to seep some of the burning from his body, and the potions dampened the pain a bit. They weren't perfect, of course, and weren't as effective as they should have been, but the pain was nothing like the last few days in the gardens, like every spell he cast when he attacked those vampires and mercenaries, which felt as if his blood was replaced with burning magma. Still, after so much time suffering, he couldn't really complain about someone taking care of him for once. The resident Mediwitch must have noticed the lack of complaints that usually accompanied his visitations. First things first, he needed to speak to Arcturus and tell him about what happened to Sirius. He would not make the same mistake again and keep the older man out of the loop. After all his help, it wouldn't do to spit on his face. They would also need to make plans about what to do now that Dumbledore was out of the picture. The sheer idea that he was no longer Hogwarts headmaster would have been ludicrous the previous year. To be perfectly honest, Harry would have asked Arcturus to take him out and send him to another school just to get the fuck away from the old man. It was one thing to be manipulative, and another to attempt to murder everyone. There was a lot that he held back from Bones, but it was better to pretend that he couldn't remember anything past the maze. He wasn't really ready to talk about it, about the gardens, about Sirius. Not yet. Nah, he was too tired. He would think about all of this later, after his nap. Harry's mood was interrupted by someone clearing their throat, and his eyes widened slightly when he realized who it was. Hello, Harry. I believe we have a lot to talk about. Fucking Neville Longbottom ruining his nap.
Thanks for listening.